Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Yes. Shabbat Shalom. Hopefully one Shabbat was Shalom Umebarak, was peaceful and blessed. Yes. No less. Yes. Peace to those who love Yeshua. Yeshua Shalom, and no peace to the wicked, saith Elohai, saith I and I Almighty Power. Yes, I. Rastafari. So here for the podcast, here in these winter moons, these winter months, also the Hanukkah time and the season right here, connected with the Joseph, the Torah reading of Joseph, Safnat Pa'anch, or in the English translation, Paneach. So here, Shema'ah.
Then said he unto them, Therefore, every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven. Then said he unto them, Therefore, every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven. Then said he unto them, Therefore, every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is an householder, which bringeth forth out of his treasure things new and old.
With your loud voice sing Mount Zion bird shall sing and say let them hear it.
Lion of Judah Society.
Rastafari.
So here for the after the Shabbat podcast, some reflections right here on this Torah reading and feeding, as well as preparing for the new Shavua right here in the season, times and season. Now I was on a little reason, and hold on for a moment. Let me get the screen right here. Okay. Yeah, Joseph. So Joseph reveals himself right here in this Torah reading and feeding right here at the 11th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. So after the Shabbat here, the time, the season, access the evening into the night, but actually the time period here is proceeding to the first day. So the evening psalm is in order as we reflect some reflections on this 11th sabbatical study in this Shabbat strong. Also, we have a psalm, the daily psalm, Psalm 103. I'd like to touch on Psalm 103, but actually here, it was in a little bit of reasoning, just to share this really quick here, because somebody else might have picked up on this. We was actually looking up like chariot. Chariot, it appears in a very interesting way. In this Torah reading and feeding, there's a very interesting word that often, not literally, but in a kind of a how do they say it? Symbolical, in a symbolical way. The symbology of it. is brought out, and it's the word Merkaba, Merkaba. So we have the word Merkaba, or some modern Yehudi or modern speakers, AEJs, Ashkenazi Eastern European Jews, um, they would say Merkava, Merkava. So the B there becomes like a soft sound and even sounds like a V, Merkava. So it's on the whole chariots part. So that kind of caught me up a little bit, and just a medi. I was like, the chariot. And it's not the same word that's always used, but it is used here in this Torah reading and feeding. And I'm not sure, but I think it's the first time that this particular word appears, Merkava. So it's when the Perah in the ancient, close to the ancient Tawian, Smai Tawi, ancient Egyptian, some may say Kemetic, like Smai Tawi, the Tawi. Smai, the unity of the two lands, the Tawi, the two lands. In the Hebrew scriptures known as Mizraim or Mitzrayim, right? So when the Perah, the great house, the ruler of that particular time, the great house, basically the Pharaoh, had given to Joseph because of his accurate, interpretation, his applicable, his practical. Actually, when it says that the Pharaoh, the ruler, the Paro, he had called the wise men and magicians or whatnot of Mitzrayim, of the Tawi, to interpret it. One would say, well, couldn't they interpret it? I mean, they're these wise men and symbology, so forth and so on. But somehow that particular Perah, that Pharaoh knew, since he was the one who experienced his dreams, his cholamot, he knew that, he felt perhaps that there's some practical application. So when Joseph interpreted it, he interpreted in a way that the Pharaoh, like you see something, but it's symbolical. It's like a metaphor. And you ask different people and they're telling you different things. You're like, no, 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 that's not it. And then someone else comes along and they give you an interpretation. And you're like, yes, yes, not only what you saw, but on a certain subjective level, what you felt. Right. So after that, and then now Joseph now is ascending. He's kind of coming up after being down in the dungeon, being accused of grape, a sexual violation, the grape charge concerning Potiphar, the Pharaoh's, what's he called? He's called the official. But actually, we've been studying this, and actually, Potiphar is actually a eunuch. He's a eunuch. Now, we don't know what kind of eunuch he is, whether he was born a eunuch, whether somebody made him a eunuch, or whether he made himself a eunuch to serve Paro, to serve the system of that time, Mitzrayim, the ancient Egyptian system. But it does say that he was a eunuch. I mean, this is, of course, as we study to show self-approve, and even in studying, the Hebrew, the biblical, we can say the biblical Yehudi, aka the Hebrew. So I had this kind of open right here. And I kind of came to a certain point. I said, okay, I'll kind of rest at this particular point right here. So this is like some of what we were up to right there. But it was just following along on, the whole chariot theme. So let's see if we can back this up right here. You can see our search right here. Let's back this up again. Because we was trying to just see some of the different, chariots out there, ancient Egypt also, going back to this was an interesting one, kept popping up right here, kind of symbolical one right there. See that one right there? Okay, my screen is a little bit slow. All right. I don't know if it's slow on your end, but there it goes, right? This particular one right here. All right. Because it seems like there's some emphasis on chariot. Let's see if we can bring this out. This is kind of like a after the Shabbat reflection on this Torah portion, reading and feeding. Hopefully you got a time and opportunity to just a couple of chapters actually, to go through the few chapters right there. Which chapters are we at right here? For this Torah reading and feeding, that's this right here. This Torah reading and feeding. Give me a moment right here. The machine, I should probably restart it. Your machines are a little bit slow, right? But let's back that up right there. Okay, let's go over here. All right. Yeah. So here we go right here. Let's see if we can bring up one thing at a time. Let's bring up the chariot, right? Let's look up the word chariot, right? Chariot. Remember that movie, Chariots of Fire? like the music. I really like the music a lot. I don't know if you remember that old Chariots of Fire movie. All right, so the theme here is the Merkabah. What is the Merkabah? Now, on the Kabbalistic or the mystical Judaism level, we have the, let's go Wayyigash. Okay, hold on for a moment. Yeah, we have the Merkabah or Merkava as hmm, in Ezekiel. You know, Ezekiel, the wheel and the wheel. There we go, the wheel and the wheel. The chariots there, and also in some links to what they call Kabbalah or the tree of life and the Sephiroth, the ciphers, or some might say Sephir, chakra. You know, people play around with the linguistics right there. But here for this Torah reading and feeding, we had Genesis chapter 44, verse 18, right, to 47. Let's just do this over here to 47, 47, 27. 47, 27 for this Torah reading and feeding. And in this Torah reading and feeding, Joseph, he reveals himself, right? He finally, can't hold it back, after Judah's testimony or plea. Actually, Judah goes to plea bargain, right? Because they don't want to return and not bring back Benjamin, right? Benjamin is their youngest brother, and also Benjamin is the brother of Joseph, that they know, speaking about the other brothers, other sons of Jacob, they know what they did. And at this particular point, I don't think they ever had really owned up, for about 13 plus years, maybe 15 by this particular time. Right? I think he was 30 when he ascended. That was 13 after 17. And then it was in what was it, 7 years, the 7 years of plenty. So we have to tag on 7 years. So he was 37. And then when the brothers came down to Egypt, that was the first, second year or so. So that'll be like 40. So at this particular time, Joseph, just doing some rough math on here. How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph at this particular time? At his ascent, when it says his ascent, when his visions and the dreams start to really manifest in Mitzrayim. Now the brothers don't know this. They said, let's sell him and let's see what becomes of his dreams. What becomes of his dreams? So they don't see what's becoming of Joseph's dreams so far until we get into the years of the Ra'ab. When the Ra'ab hit them, when the famine hit them, the father, the patriarch, Yaakov said, he had heard, it says that he heard that there was grain, there was corn and grain. It says corn, but actually in the Hebrew it's like grain products. There was grain down in Mitzrayim. So here we have chariot, right? Chariot, just briefly here. So this is the verse we're pointing to right here, Genesis 41, 43. And he made him, in other words, the ruler, the Paro, right, made Joseph, right, the great house, the ruler of the great house made Joseph to ride in the second chariot, So here is our word right here, Merkaba, right? We'd like to return to whole reasoning on the Merkaba, but probably, keep that apart, but at least to kind of note it right here. And this is like the first place, right, within the Hebrew scriptures. So we have chariot associated with Merkaba, right? And then if we go a couple of verses to this Torah reading and feeding, right? So that's from the 10th, the previous Meek 8. So here with Genesis 46:29, it says, and Joseph made ready his chariot. What's the word here? The 48:18 is Merkaba. The Merkaba. What's the Merkaba? Merkaba, chariot. Merkaba. Let's scroll down here. It's a noun feminine. Merkaba, right? It's the feminine of Merkab. So we have Merkab, right? Now, in the ancient languages, some words are masculine and feminine, but it doesn't associate just with gender. It's like most of us, like in the Western Gentile world, when we associate gender, we got to have that reason about gender and the so-called binary, or some people want to promote non-binary. But, both in the technology that we use, this technology, it only operates because it's binary, right? So it's interesting, those people using the binary system to go against the binary system because of a subjective condition. It's just kind of interesting. But the words go beyond, when we say masculine and feminine, beyond just gender. That means that the ancients and the people before these latter days in time had a little more refined understanding, right, of the nuances, like within the forces of nature and reality of that which is masculine and that which is feminine, beyond just kind of gender, gender as we look at gender today, on just a physical flesh kind of aspect. So chariot here. So we have Merkab, right? Riding a chariot, place to ride, riding seat, chariot, seat, like of a litter, right? A saddle, right? So some even bring this out as a seat. The merkab is like a seat, right? So just this on this kind of level right here. Now it's interesting too when we look at so-called history, or at least the evidence of history. Where do we find, where do we find some of the earliest like chariots? Like, were they in ancient Egypt, or did they come from so-called Mesopotamia, from the ancient, region where the Bible says, Nimrod and the peoples and Babylon, the beginning of that civilization? We see that it actually comes from over there. But at this time in the narrative, ancient Egypt has chariots. So Joseph was made ready his chariot and went up to meet Yisrael. Here, speaking of Yaakov, but as his higher name, his God-given name, you could say, his man, God, angel name, Yisrael, his father, to Goshen, and presented himself to him and fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. Now notice this here. When we get over here to Genesis 50 and 9, for chariots, it has the word rekeb, rekeb. Now, rekeb here, when it says chariots, it speaks of a team, chariot, chariotry, right? A team like riders, right? Chariotry, riders, right? So we'll get into some of these little nuances here, the riders, the troops, even with the Exodus narrative. If we just peep into the Exodus narrative, and he made ready his chariot. So we see a different form of the root word, rekeb, right? Rekeb, chariot, chariotry, right? And then over here as well, and we can see it's the same H7393 as we go through the Exodus narrative. Let's do one more thing before we pick up right here for the after the Shabbat first day service. What was it, 48:18? 48, I think 48:18. If we're incorrect, we'll correct. Let's see, 48:18. So now this is the direct word here, right, in the Old Testament, the Hebrew, we can say scriptures, where we have Merkaba. So it becomes clear that Merkaba first appears in the scripture in Genesis 41:43, and he made him ride in the second chariot, right? And made him ride in the second chariot that he had, and they cried before him, bow the knee, abrek, 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 and he made him over the land of Mitzrayim, right? They cried what? Some say this abrek, some interpret abrek as tender father. Others interpret the abrek as like abarek, like barak, like the word for blessed, like to also to bend the knee, right? So either could it be in Mitzrayim had the idea of tender father, or here, right, the sense of bend the knee. But the scripture tells us right here, bow the knee, right? Abrek, right? Some dispute over the meaning, but the general sense here is to shout, a shout made to announce Yosef, or the Safnat, Pa'ank, yes, there we have the word Ankh in the name of Yosef in Mitzrayim, a shout made to announce the Safnat, Pa'ank, Paneach, right, his chariot, his Merkabah. So when Yosef's Merkabah came forward, they would say Abrek, Abrek, which here being brought out as a command to bow, or to barak. Barak, right? The root word for bless also has the sense of bend the knee. Here, right, BDB, right, speculate an Egyptian word meaning kneeling. Now, in the Hebrew, we do know that barak, in a secondary sense, right, does have to do with bless and to bend, like to bend the knee, to bless, right? Exodus is not the Merkabah, but the Rekeb, from the same root, but it's a different context, a different idea, Merkabah. But here in the midst of the Exodus narrative, right, and that deliverance of the Hebrews and the Bnei Yisrael out of the avodah, right, of Egypt, Exodus 14:25, and took off their chariot wheels. So here is specific that took off their Merkabah, took off their Merkabah Ophanim, the Ophanim. Ophan is like a wheel, Ophanim, wheels. All right, now these words are very important because as we look at it here, right, in the first and the second book of Moshe, right, Robenu Moses, right, and they drave them heavily so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel. Let us flee from the face of Israel, right? For Yahweh, Jehovah fighteth for them against the Mitzrayim, against the Mitzrayim. So right here, we have this, the wheels, like, something like,
Man, he took off their chariot wheel.
took off the Merkabah, the Ophan of the Merkabah. Now, of course, we say, that's maybe it doesn't seem that significant, but now as we go on, we have Pharaoh's chariots is Merkabah, right? We also find the word in Joshua, right? A few times in Joshua, the chariot, the Merkabah, right? The story of Sisera, also in Samuel. Let's go through. So it's a word that is used, right? But here's where most people probably know the word from, right? Let's go over here. They probably know the word from, or at least have heard it in relation to ideas, right? Let's go right here, right? Here we go right here. Yeah. Give me one moment right there. Just so I'm scanning to make sure we don't miss anything. Now, this is interesting. Because in Jewish mysticism, they associate the Merkabah with Ezekiel, right? But maybe, do you see Ezekiel? We don't see Ezekiel anywhere here. That is very interesting. We got to actually dig into that a little bit more right there. Like when somebody associates the idea with something, but yet like somebody associate a word with somebody, but they never use that word. It's like, well, how is this word associated? Oh, so you associate it there, but actually, like those are concepts that they brought forward. That is interesting there, Merkabah, because often when you look up the Merkabah, they'll link. I think what they're confusing over here. Let's go right here quickly. Right here is the word for wheels, Ophan, the Ophanim. Let's go to what's that? The H212. Let's go to 212, correct that. H212 right here. Right. There we go, the Ezekiel. Let's see if it begins over here. The wheel. There we go. Right. So now in Ezekiel, right, Ezekiel, where he says, now I beheld the living creatures. Behold, one wheel. You heard this before, right? One wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with his four faces. Now, not even to get into this at this time, because this is a very interesting area of scripture, as far as some people see in this, modern spaceships, so they see ancient spacecrafts within the description that's being given here in Ezekiel, right? This is when they were in, you could say, areas of Babylon, right? The Israelites in captivity, right? And this vision was seen. So the appearance of the wheel, right? The wheels and their work was like to the color of beryl. And they four had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel, right? The sense of a wheel in the midst of a wheel. But what's interesting, at least from our study right here, is that there's no place here, right, within our brief study of Merkabah, the H4818 word where Merkava occurs in Ezekiel. But often when we talk about the Merkava, right, and mysticism, Judaic mysticism or Kabbalah, the wheel and the wheel, often that word is associated there, but yet it doesn't appear that the word actually appears there, right? And here's what some people imagine that this might be talking about ancient spacecraft and spaceships and stuff like that, sci-fi. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them, like rockets lifting up. And if you search around, you'll see this is in the popular imagination. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Some people see in that like something taking off, right? But we're going to get, return to this because this is interesting. I had thought, because that's how, I heard, the Merkava and Ezekiel and the wheel. And, this is either, the tree of life, Kabbalah, or this is either like spaceships, or maybe we're talking about the heavens and the constellations and the symbolic, signs in the heavens, blah, 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 representing the 12, the children of Israel, the Mazalot, Mazel Tov, right? Here, Ezekiel 1 and 20, whithersoever, like wheresoever the Spirit was to go, the Spirit. Now, this is the Ruach. So we can see how many kind of spiritual kind of concepts can come together based on, certain interpretations. They went thither, their Spirit to go. And the wheels here is the Ophan, right? The Ophan were lifted up over against them, for the Spirit, the Ruach of the living creature, the Chai, right? The Chayot, the living creatures, was in the wheels, the Ophan, right? The life, right? And then as one go through, you'll see in Ezekiel chapter 1, this is where this kind of great vision, concerning what did Ezekiel see? That's the question. What did Ezekiel see? In fact, he was looking into this a little bit, just briefly, and, checking out what others had done. And, some people bringing out the spaceship, like some ancient spaceships, take it like a takeoff, that in ancient times they had space exploration, which is an interesting concept, an interesting idea, right? But notice right here, these wheels here, right? It says right here, and it came to pass when he had commanded the man, this verse, like even if I or any of us was reading the verse just in English, we'll think that the word for this Galgal, and here we have Ophan, right? So what are we talking about? Now, this Ophan, right, as we showed you within the Exodus narrative, right, is described as the chariot wheels. That those pursuing Mitzrayim, right, Yahweh caused their chariot wheels, right, to come off, right? Some to get stuck in the mud and some to come off. But this is the same word used for the wheels of the Merkava, right? Now remember, the Merkava there is a chariot. Now there's this mystical idea of the chariot, like a 3D Star of David and all of that. That's associated with Merkava. So because we notice that Merkava is found first here within the Joseph's narrative in Mitzrayim, in ancient Egypt, the Tawi, we just thought, okay, that must be the same Merkava they be talking about in Jewish mysticism and like Ezekiel. And now we just found out for ourselves, so far, the word Merkava doesn't appear one time, right? Doesn't appear one time in Ezekiel. But instead, the word Ophan does, right? So here we have Ophan, right? The Ophan, the chariot wheel, first example, first place, Genesis chapter, I think 41 and 46, 47. Then here it says the wheel in Ezekiel's vision. So first place we have Ophan wheel. It has to do with the chariot wheel of Pharaoh and his soldiers and their chariots. The chariots in some sense were like the ancient battle tanks, right? In military sense, they were like the battle tanks. And then like the political sense, social political sense, like with Joseph, there was like like when Obama, they called his the vehicle, I forget what kind of car it was, but the vehicle that he was riding, they called it the Beast. It's like this particular kind of a ride, like a royal, presidential, or the rulership ride. And it said that Joseph, way back then, right? Joseph would have the second, what it said, the second, he would be in the second chariot, the second Merkaba. And the Pharaoh, the ruler, right, would be in the first Merkaba. We see that today, where the president will ride in the first vehicle, like an inauguration or whatever, right? And then after them, the vice president. This is the context. We have to understand the significance of this Joseph narrative, right? We might just think, well, okay, they sold him and he was in Egypt and doing bad, then he started doing good. That is an oversimplistic reading of it, right? Generally, yes, true. But some of the details are interesting, right? Because they point to even things and patterns after that time to our time. Just a little reflection here. So we have the wheels in Ezekiel's vision. But notice the wheels in Ezekiel's vision, they seem to be separated, right, from the Merkaba. Because we hear to talk about the wheels, these different wheels, and how the wheels were moving, for living creatures. But where's the chariot? Right? Then we have the wheels of the 10 bases beneath the lavers in Solomon's temple. Did Solomon have a Merkaba? Right? Did he have a Merkaba? And he said, okay, from the meaning to revolve a wheel. All right. And then over here, right, if we just go through it. So Ezekiel has a lot to talk about wheels, but it seems to be, let's go one more time. Maybe we missed it somewhere. Right, one more time. This is a basic search. We'll get into more detail. First place, Merkaba is mentioned. Right, first place is mentioned, Merkaba. First place is mentioned is right here with Joseph, and he made him to ride in the second chariot that he had. And they cried before him, Abrek, Abrek, bend the knee, bow the knee, Abrek. And he made him over the land of Mitzrayim. He placed him over the land. So that means that Joseph, in this context here, was second in command. That was previous Torah reading and feeding. Now in this Torah reading and feeding, Genesis 46:29, we have now Joseph revealing himself. And it says that Joseph made ready, right, his chariot, his Merkaba, and he went up to meet Yisrael, his father, right, to Goshen, and presented himself to him. He fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. So you have to remember that Joseph in this position is like, to understand the context, he's like the vice president, right, in that sense, right? And his family, they immigrate. They're like immigrants. They immigrate. They come over there. They immigrate. Now, he actually goes down and maybe from the palace, the royal city, wherever he is, to meet his people, where they were brought in and where they were settled in the land. But there it uses the term Merkaba there, right? And then in the third place, it uses Merkaba, right, is in Exodus 14:25, when Israel was leaving, the children of Israel, the Hebrews were leaving, right? What Yahweh did, right, with the chariots, the pursuing chariots of the Mitzrayim. And here it says, and took off their chariot, Merkaba, right, in the plural sense here, took off their chariot, Ophan, wheels, right? And it continues also even a little bit more again in 15:4, the fourth place that Merkaba is in the scripture, right? Pharaoh's chariots, right, and his hosts hath he cast into the sea. Pharaoh's Merkabas, his Merkabas, right, his Merkabas, right, and his hosts, right, and his Chayil. Look at that right there, his Chayil. Highly, 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 right? Pharaoh's what? His Merkaba, Merkabot, right? And his mighty men, right? His mighty men, right? The Chayil, his army, to say, and his host and his army, Yahweh Eloheinu, hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains, his Shalish, Shalishim, right? Right, third part. right? His chosen captains also are drowned in the Yam Suf, right? And then we don't hear about chariot again, right, until we get to Yehoshua, to Joshua, and they're moving into the land. Just want to point that out right there. Might seem like a small point, but very significant, because we always were led to believe, just from a casual observation of so-called Jewish mysticism, right, that when they talk about the Kabbalah and they talk about the Merkaba and they link it with Ezekiel and the wheel, that it has something to do with Merkaba. Right now, yes, we know a wheel is usually on a chariot, but in the vision, not one place does it mention a Merkaba. Right? But here we have Solomon, right? Solomon, it says that he had 4,000 stalls or horses and he had Merkabas, right? Here, right? We have this right here. Yeah. Let's scroll down here just to be a little thorough right here. It's about Zerah, the Ethiopian, who got beat rightfully, right? The careless Ethiopian, right? There's always exception to the rule, right? Exception that justifies the rule, right? So we go here through Isaiah, right? Isaiah, right? Isaiah speaks about chariots. And then it skips over Ezekiel, right? Skipping over Ezekiel to Jeremiah, right? Jeremiah right there. All right. We return to the chariots right there. Chariots. What's the significance of the Merkabah, right? But here for this Torah reading and feeding, right? We have Wayyigash. All right. Right here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Today is the daily psalm right here in the season. We have Psalm 103. Because of the time, moving forward into the new day, we'd like to at least share at least one time right here before we get into Torah reading and feeding. Right, before writing up this Torah reading and feeding, we have today's daily psalm right here. Here we go right here. Shema Yisrael, hear this. Yes. Bless Shabua. This Shabua Tov, the 7 to come. Here for the After the Shabbat podcast. Shema Yisrael. Here.
Psalm 103.
מזמור ק"ג לדוד.
Bless the Lord, O my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
ברכי נפשי את אדוני.
And all that is within me, bless his holy name, 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 bless his holy name.
וכל קרבי את שם קודשו.
Bless the Lord, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul.
ברכי נפשי את אדוני.
And forget not all his benefits, 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 all his benefits.
ואל תשכחי כל גמוליו.
Who forgiveth all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity.
הסולח לכל עוונך.
Who healeth all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases.
הרופא לכל תחלואי.
Who redeemeth thy life from destruction, from destruction, from destruction, from destruction.
הגואל משחת חייכי.
Who crowneth thee with loving kindness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness.
המעטרכי חסד ורחמים.
who satisfieth thy mouth with good things, good things, good things, good things.
המשביע בטוב עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב, עדיה טוב.
So that thy youth is renewed like the eagle, like the eagle, like the eagle, like the eagle, like the eagle.
תתחדש כנשר נעוריישר, 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 נעוריישר.
The Lord executeth righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. He made known his ways unto Moses, his acts unto the children of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in mercy. He will not always chide, neither will he keep his anger forever. He hath not dealt with us after our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. For as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy toward them that fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him. For he knoweth our frame, he remembereth that we are dust. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. For the wind passeth over it, and it is gone, and the place thereof shall know it no more. But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting upon them that fear him, and his righteousness unto children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and to those that remember his commandments to do them. The Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over all. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Bless ye the Lord, all ye his hosts, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. Bless the Lord, all his works in all places of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul, 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 my soul,
מזמור ק"ג לדוד. ברכי נפשי את אדוני וכל קרבי את שם קודשו. ברכי נפשי את אדוני ואל תשכחי כל גמוליו. הסולח לכל עוונך, הרופא לכל תחלואיך, הגואל משחת חייך, המעטרך חסד ורחמים, המשביע בטוב עדייך, תתחדש כנשר נעורייך. עושה צדקות אדוני ומשפטים לכל עשוקים, יודיע דרכיו למשה, לבני ישראל עלילותיו. רחום וחנון אדוני, ערך אפיים ורב חסד, לא לנצח יריב ולא לעולם ייטור. לא כחטאינו עשה לנו ולא כעוונותינו גמל עלינו. כי כגבוה שמיים על הארץ, גבר חסדו על יראיו. כרחוק מזרח ממערב, הרחיק ממנו את פשענו. תרחם אב על בנים, ריחם אדוני על יראיו. כי הוא ידע יצרנו, זכור כעפר אנחנו. אנוש כחציר ימיו, כציץ השדה כן יציץ. כי רוח עברה בו ואיננו, ולא יכירנו עוד מקומו. וחסד אדוני מעולם ועד עולם על יראיו, וצדקתו לבני בנים. לשומרי בריתו ולזוכרי פיקודיו לעשותם. אדוני בשמיים הכין כסאו, ומלכותו בכל משלה. ברכו אדוני מלאכיו, גיבורי כוח עושה דברו, לשמוע בכל דברו. ברכו אדוני כל צבאיו, משרתיו עושה רצונו. ברכו אדוני כל מעשיו, בכל מקומות ממשלתו. ברכי נפשי את אדוני.
Lion of Judah Society.
Walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. Ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
Off Gimel, Mizmor Off Gimel, Lidawi, Barki Nafshi Etiowa. وكل رغاية الشين أدشر باركي نفسيتي هو وعلى تشكخية كل جمولاي حصليخ لكل إونيكي حرفية لكل تخلويكي حقويل ميشا حتى حيايكي حمد أريكي خسد ورحمين حمسبيع بطوبة إدايك تيتا حديش كنش نأورايك أورايك أورايك أورايك
Psalm 103. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgiveth all thine iniquities, who healeth all thy diseases, who redeemeth thy life from destruction, who crowneth thee with loving kindness and tender mercies, who satisfieth thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagles. The eagles, 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 the eagles,
give them praise, yeah.
Lion of Judah Society. So here, Psalm for this Sabbath right here, corresponding with this 11th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong for Wayyigash. We have Psalm 103, Mizmor Kof Gimel, Kof Gamel. Now, it's very interesting because the Psalms have really been kind of reflecting and resonating with the Torah reading and feedings, and this one here is no different. Let's just bring this up here for going through the Aliyot right here. And the 7th Aliyot is particularly interesting. The 7th reading here for this 11th sabbatical study. Also the eagle, right? The eagle is very, very important too, right? The nesher, right? We have the nesher. The nesher is the eagle. In the Royal Amharic, it says the nisr, right? Nisr and nesher, nisr, tomato, so to speak, right? So we have 103 or 103, because O is not a number. O is not a number, it's an expression. Yeah. So anyway, we have Psalm 103. I know I've done that a lot. You probably find some audio and say, hey, look, he said O is not a number. And he's saying 103. Yeah, you think about things and then you improve. Nesher right there. And the Nesher on them hark, the Nisr, right? It occurs in this fifth verse. Now, this is a psalm that we have touched on before, and it's a very, very I can say a soulful psalm, right? And the soul is the psyche. The letter Qaf is numerical value of Qaf is 100, and Gimel is the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So here we have a Lid Dawid of David, right? Of David. Here we have in this poem, in this composition, in this chant, and here in the Psalms, we should take it liturgically, right? In the sense of congregation and worship, right? We have in this poem is said to be one of the most joyful compositions in the Psalter, right? So this is a psalm right here of joy, right? Now the Nissa there, we'll return to that. But let's do this right here. Look at the commentary note right here. Now it's interesting because here they don't really give it. Okay, we have the fifth verse. Scroll back. There we go. Right, the summary. Hymn. We say a hymn of praise, a hymn in honor, right? A hymn in honor of Yahweh, Eloheinu, of Hashem, right? Of He who be passionate one, right? So to the previous psalm, the 102nd, where it says, "Thou wilt have compassion upon Zion," as we have it in Psalm 102, verse 14. We have appended, or the next psalm, for continuity purposes, right? Okay, the verses are verse over, that kind of happens right there. So it actually would be this particular verse. Here we go, right? In the KJV, it would be the 13th verse. In the Hebrew manuscripts, it would be the 14th because of the numbering of the superscription. The superscription here, 102, let's bring this up right here. Psalm 102, right? Mizmor Kof Beit, and exiles pliant. And exiles pliant, like complaint, right? And exiles complaint or prayer. So the first verse, a prayer of the afflicted when he fainteth and poureth out his complaint, like his supplication, his complaint, right? Poureth out his complaint, his meditation, lifnei Yahweh, before he who be we be. So the superscription in the previous psalm, right? From here we have a pointing to the Psalms congregation and worship use, standing prayer for Yisrael, especially for the tribe of Judah after the exile. It is appropriate for recital by any sufferer, 102, right? Whose overcharged heart seeks relief in tefillah, seeks relief in prayer. So here when we get to verse 13 in the KJV, verse 14 in the Hebrew, thou shalt arise. Ata, thee, speaking to a male, ata. Here we have the pronoun for emphasis. So Hebraically, when the pronoun is there, it could say takum terachem Sion, right? Which can also be translated as you will arise. But when it uses the pronoun, it's like more emphasis, like you, yourself, and none other. Ata takum, you will arise. Ata takum terachem, and have mercy, raham. Now raham is the verb here, to love deeply, right? To have mercy. This is brought out, to have mercy, raham, the root in terachem, you male will love deeply, have compassion, have tender affection, love deeply, right? Sion, you will love deeply, Zion. Now we're touching on Zion symbolically, right? Hebraically, standing for the sanctuary, the holy place, right? And for the monarchy or the kingdom. The sense in modern geopolitics of church and state, so to speak. Thou, thou, the eye shall arise and have mercy upon Zion for the time, ki ait, ki, because ait, the time, lechenena, 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 the time to favor her, to hanan her, the time to be gracious to her, the time to show favor to her, in the sense of the time to pity her. Ki ait lechenena, the time to chenena, the na, ha, lechenena, ha, to emphasize, to favor her, right? Yea, the set time is come. The set time is come. Ki ba, ki, because, ba, to come. Ki ba, because coming, to come, right? Moed, because the key time of the moed. Now, moed is an interesting word called moed, right? Moed in the Hebrew has to do with the appointed, that which is appointed, the appointed place, the ohel moed, the tent of meeting, called the tabernacle of the congregation. In the Hebrew is called the ohel moed. So we have the word moed. Moed. What is moed? Moed. Moed here referring to the appointed time, right? The appointed time, the appointed, almost like the appointment. The context matters. So it could be the appointed time, the moed, like the sacred seasons, right? In the year, remember at this time here in the winter months, we are out of season. So the months from the first, from the March, April time of the month of Habib, going forward 7 months to what is called Tishri, or the 7th month. Here we are at the 9th and 10th month. We're at the 10th month here of the Shana, right? So we're out of season, right? The only Moed that we have out of season that is commanded according to good covenant keeping, right, is Shabbat, is the Shabbat, right? And you find a listing of the 7 main feast times in season, plus the Shabbat in season, out of season, in Leviticus chapter 23, just for a point of reference. So the Moed here refers to that which is the appointed, the appointed meeting, the appointed place, right? The appointed time, also the appointed sign or the signal. And this has a lot to do with the heavens. Again, off speaking briefly in this podcast on the Merkabah, as Merkabah or Merkava, directly in Hebrew means chariot. And we got a little discovery right there, right? A little discovery at the opening of the After the Shabbat podcast and the reflection, and looking at that word Merkava, right? That often is associated with a certain level of Hebrew or Israelite and Judaic mysticism. You know what I'm saying? Speaking about Ezekiel, Yechezkiel, Ezekiel's vision. Remember, you saw the wheel and the wheel. And if you follow that along with latter-day Jewish and Judaic mysticism and metaphysical interpretation, they will tell you about the Merkava, So you hear a lot of people talking about Merkava, you know, and when we looked it up, we found only 1 or 2 references, just in looking up, just doing a quick kind of Google search, 1 or 2 references to what the real Merkava is. It's a chariot, right? Instead, it's to the mystical kind of idea of like some 3-dimensional Star of David, you know? We're going to return to that, but what is found in Ezekiel is actually the wheel, right? And when we look at the wheel and the wheel, it has more to do with the heavens, right? The heavens, you know, and the signs, the times, as we have in Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. Early in the Shavua, we touched on that. And part of the reason why is because of Yosef, just seeking to focus on this Torah reading and feeding and seeking to glean, right? To glean, you know, what we can glean, chabarim, you know, from this Torah reading and feeding, and for continuity, the previous, you know, like in the previous episode, right? On the Torah reading and feeding, we had Yosef and his dreams, right? And his dreams, we say this is some of the earliest Hebrew astrological and astronomical points of reference, right? Now, I know some people, when they hear astrology, they think it's always like, you know, belonging to the evildoers. It's amazing. Like the evil man can put on a shirt and people will say the shirt is bad. I'm like, what the hell? You know what I mean? I mean, even though other people wore the shirt, but this guy, he made all shirts bad. So because some, worship other gods using Yahweh's heavens to do that does not make the heavens, the heavens in and of themselves bad. I say that because when we do that, we kind of miss a fundamental part of what we should be getting. Right? You know what I mean? But then there's an old saying, and the old saying said that one fool makes many. Right? But let's not be fooled by the fool that made other fools. Right? Let's study to show ourselves approved. Yes? Clippable moment, right? Appointed meeting, appointed place, appointed sign, appointed signal, and in a like an object lesson, we have the tent of meeting. Now, why am I zooming in on that? Because we need to understand that when we come here, because we learn all of that in the Torah, right? Reading and feeding. By the time we get to the Psalms, we should have at least some basics, right? Some basics so that we won't get caught up in how it seems in the translation and get the real means to understand what it really means. So it says, for the time to favor her, right? Time to favor who's the her? Her is Zion. We often refer to Zion within a more Hebraic metaphysical kind of more of a like a spiritual, a heavenly application that the carnal mind may not be able to really comprehend. That Zion, right, and Jerusalem, in a sense, Jerusalem, our mother, and Zion would represent like the soul or the heart of Israel, right? We're not talking about the ism, right? This is distinguished from the ism. What is real Zion? See, the world and Christianity didn't understand and don't know what real Zion is, or at least they don't operate on the truth of what they understand. And this is why we have the isms and the schism, right? When we talk about Zion and Zionism, what is Zion? What and where is Zion? There's two components of Zion, which shows that the ism is false, right? The two components is that Zion, right, in the first instance represented that covenanted monarchy, that kingdom to Dawit. So therefore, we need to have that there if we have Zion. You need to have that covenant kingdom, that monarchy that was bequeathed to Dawit, right, and to his descendants, right, that messianic kingdom, right, that messianic, right. The second aspect, since Dawit brought the Ark of the Covenant to Zion, right, to his castle, the seat of his government, the city of David. Therefore, this is the sanctuary, or one might say the churchical or the ecclesiastical, the holy akum, like you're going to rise up, right? So even there, one could infer a resurrection idea within a Brit Hadasha sense, a new covenant sense. But here, let's just deal with it in the basic sense. So basically, this is to rise up, like to stand up, get up, stand up for, to stand, to maintain oneself, to be established, to confirm. Thou shalt arise in the confirmation. Atatakum tirachem Zion. Thou will rise up, thou will establish, confirm. Tirachem, you will love deeply, have compassion on Zion. Tirachem Zion. Just to bring out the verse right here. Let's go down here to the Strongs, to rise in various applications. So we can take this literally, that will rise up, the resurrection kind of idea, figuratively, in a figure of speech, right? In tenses or causatively, right? Getting just to the roots. And love deeply, Zion. Why? The colon right there in the translation, for the time, key eight, key because eight, the eight. What's the eight? Eight is the time, right? Is the time of an event, the time, like usual time. It can be not so much like what time is it. You would generally use this word, but it's more like the time, like an event horizon, like an occasion. Like you remember that time, right? That experience, right? Some occurrence, something that happened. Like in the Torah narrative right here, for this after the Shabbat reflection on this Torah reading and feeding, Wayyigash, and he drew near, and Yehuda drew near to this guy's brother that he didn't know at the time was Yosef, right? This Torah reading and feeding, right? But here we also have the time, right? In this Torah reading and feeding. So I'm connecting here the royal order psalm here in the season, right, of the Israelites of Ethiopia, Psalm 103, with the Torah reading and feeding center. Here in the season, it corresponds with the seventh day, the Shabbat day, the fulfillment of the Wayyigash reading, because in the Torah reading and feeding, the time also came about. What time do we mean? We mean that the time of an event. What event was it? Well, what did Joseph, right? What did Joseph say? Right? In the dream. Remember the dream? Right? This dream now, it has been fulfilled. That's why in this Torah reading and feeding, we get the revelation. Right? Joseph now can reveal himself. He now reveals himself, right? So here in 102, verse 13, for the time to favor, right? To favor her, to favor Zion, yea, the set time. Now, the set time here is the Moed. The Moed is the appointed time. So you see the word Moed? You see the word Moed? Right? I want you to zoom in on these words. Moed, H4150, Moed. Moed is the appointed time. The appointed time, the appointed place, the appointed meeting, the appointment, right? And usually it's used in terms of the sacred seasons, the feasts, the festivals. But in order to determine when the feasts and festivals and appointed seasons are, right, there needs to be the appointed signs. What is the sign? The sign, we say today, even the sign of the time, right? The appointment. There we go, properly, an appointment. That is a fixed time or season, as we have it within the rites and the rituals for the Israelites, Torah-wise, Leviticus 23, it is the festivals, right? Conventionally, it's a year, right? And the year for the holy observations is 7 months, right? 7 months for the 7 feasts and festivals and the 3 times the 3 seasons, right? So we have the key words I want you to focus on is eight right here, and is Moed. Now, why we're focusing on those words right there? Because we're going to take you all the way back here, just quickly right here to Genesis 1 and is it 14? Right, 1 and 14. Here we go right here, 1 and 14. Let's go here, simple text, KJV light. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens. Typo there in the KJV, it says heaven singular. It should be heavens plural, right? The double arches, yeah? But the heavens, right? To divide the day from the night. And let them, and may they be for what were signs, you see, and seasons, you see, for days, yes, and years. Here we go right here, right? So between the day and between the night. So the Hebrew more, right, is between the day, to divide between the day and between the night. Between the day and between the night. So here, let's bring out the Hebrew right here. It says, Vayomer Elohim, Yehia meorot, Yehi meorot bia rekia hashemayim, lehabdil bein hayom ubein halayla, Wahayu, and they shall be. Wahayu, Vahayu, Wahayu leotot. They shall be for signs, otot, ula moadim, and for the moadim. So here we have moadim, there we had moed, right? Ula moadim, ula yamim, and for the yamim for days, with right shanim, and for shanim, and for years. So the key words right here, well, the key word right here, well, it says for the set what? It said for the set what? It said for the set time. Here we go right here. For the set moed. Here we go, moed. So here we have the same word. There in Psalm 102, right, 13, it was as a singular, right? Right? Here is giving the overview, right? That the lights in the firmament, right, including the greater light, the lesser light, right? Or it says right here, let's break this down. Illumination, okay. Okay, some of the translators there, see if there's anything significant. Lacks to give light on the earth, right? That's not it, right? And over here, okay, they're going to some critical, right? Some, critical nuances right there. But the main point right here is for the word seasons. You see what it says? For signs and for seasons, right? Right? Le otot. So here we have otot, signs, signals, distinguishing marks. So in the heavens, right? The heavens, the ancient, we say clock, right? And ula moadim, and the moadim, and for the Moeds, right? So there in the Psalm, right, it says, "Thou shalt arise, have mercy on Zion, on Zion." Why? For the time, the occurrence, the occasion to favor, right? Ki aita le chenena, to favor her, to pity her, right? Ki ba, for it has come. What has come? Ki ba, for it has come, the moed. For the set time is come. The moed is come. Right? So there will be a certain appointed time, appointed season for that. You say restoration, right? Of Zion, having compassion in her desolate condition, bereft of her children, because her children was taken into captivity. Right? The children of Zion was taken into captivity. We could go to what's the psalm where it talks about the children, is it 49, right? The children of Zion, right? The children of Zion. It's very interesting. It's just coming to mind right there. Let me just see if I can find this quickly right here. It was it 149? That one, that judgment psalm, appointed time psalm. Yeah, there we go. Psalm 149. It says, Mizmor Kof Mim Tate. It says, Hallelujah, right? Sing to Yahweh, right? A new song and his praise in the assembly of the saints. Verse 2. It says, May Israel rejoice in his maker. Yismach Yisrael be Osiah. Right? May the children of Zion, the children of who? The children of Zion be joyful in their king. Be joyful in their king. B'nai Zion. So here it says B'nai, the sons of Zion, right? B'nai Zion, the sons of Zion, right? The sons of Zion. B'nai Zion, Yagilu Be Malkam. Yagilu. May they rejoice, right? Be Malcolm, in Malcolm. May they rejoice in Malcolm, right? They rejoice in Malcolm. Okay, oh, I should have brought that up right here for y'all, just for you to see the exact verse. Take a screenshot, can follow up on it. It's actually verse 2, right? Here's verse 2, just to connect the dots here. Right? Oh, I said 147. My bad. This will be 149 and 2. 149 and 2. Here we go, right here. Second verse here says, May Israel rejoice, make Israel rejoice in him that made him, make the children of Zion be joyful in their king. The Ivrit right here, Yismach Yisrael be Osiah, B'nai Zion Yagilu be Malkam. So the B'nai Zion, right, the sons of Zion, right, Yagilu, right, let them be joyful, right, let them be joyful, let them be kind of really joyful. Gilu is to rejoice, but it's like to spin around, right? Like strong emotion, right? The sons of Zion be joyful, right? In their king. B'nai Zion Yagilu b'Malkam. So Malkam, here in the Hebrew, Malcolm, and they say Malcolm X, right? Malkam actually means their king, Malcolm, right? So from a Hebrew perspective, the name Malkam is their king, right? In their Melech king, Malkam, their king. Melech king, Malkam. So just to see this kind of connection right here, I know we're just getting into some of the overview of today's daily psalm, but over here, let's just kind of continue right here. So here, not to go into this deeply, though it's a very important psalm right here, but just to connect with this key point right there. Thou will have compassion upon Zion. So it's appended this psalm that has this as its substance. So this idea is the substance. You say from the previous psalm is built up in this psalm, Psalm 103. So we have in this poem, in this composition, one of the most joyful compositions in the Psalter. Only in happy circumstances. Let's bring this over here. Bring this out over here, right, to our first verse right here, just to pause it right here. Only in happy circumstances could such an outburst have been possible. Another link with this Torah reading and feeding, today's daily psalm in the Torah reading and feeding. We have this with this reunion, right, amongst the sons of Jacob, the sons of Israel, among Israel. even Israel the patriarch. Israel the patriarch now knows that his son, Joseph, right, that basically he was led to believe, right, was dead, right, was dead, right, and now he knows that his son that was dead actually, instead of going just down in the pit, he has now risen up to great power in Mitzrayim, in a foreign land, right, and is the second in command. Joseph became the second in command in a foreign land, right? Thank you, brothers. So you got to thank the brothers, right? Because what his brothers did. But then Joseph told them it wasn't you, it was Yahweh, right? So this outburst, this joy, this rejoicing, especially among the patriarchs, and we can say the brothers. Now, the modern exegetes, accepting those of the extreme critical school. So there are some scholars who are of the extremely, we can say, critical school. Once again, the Nesher, a key symbol even of the Exodus, right? He says that he see how he had brought them out on the Nesher wings, the wings of the Nesher, the Nisr, right? On the eagle's wings, right? So to speak, right? Some dated soon after the return from the Babylonian exile. So this particular psalm here, right, among the tribe of Judah, was soon after, right, the Babylonian, the exile, the return from the exile, that repatriation, that remnant that returned from the Babylonian exile. Now, one thing unique about this psalm that backs up that interpretation. Right, this psalm here, 103, has a connection with the Babylonian exile. Why do we say that? Why, how, and why can that be said? Because we study the psalm within the Hebrew or the Afro-Shemitic, the linguistics. We get to find unusual grammatical constructions that appear in the Mizmor, in Psalm 103, right? That suggests the influence of the Aramaic, the Aramite, right, on the Yehudit, right, the Aramaic on the Hebrew, and also it points to an earlier post-exilic date, even an earlier time, right? So some may try to late date the psalm, but actually the language of the psalm, right, it points to an earlier, right? It points to an earlier dating. In other words, the linguistics can tell us a lot, right? Now, of course, we have this in translation, and we can get a basic sense of it. But now building on that by study and just zooming in a little bit right here, right, to make a twofold connection, break down and build some of the basics of the psalm, but also see that according to the royal order of the Israelites of Ethiopia, how, right, our Yehudi and Judaic and Israelite brothers there, right, with the royal order and the Psalms, and then look at the Torah portion, reading and feeding in this season as well, how it kind of reflects one another. Right? There's a kind of a deeper connection, but we're gonna have to, y'all willing, get to that to really bring that out. The connection, of even with the Judahites and the Israelites and we the Black Jews scattered, that different communities, if we start to see what they observed, right, we can kind of put it together and see a big picture, right? To be noted is the change. Another key and interesting aspect that we have in today's daily psalm, Psalm 103, Mizmor Kof Gimel. Another thing that we have that should be noted, right? Take note. Psalm 103, right, is the change from the singular. So as you read the psalm, it goes from the singular, like the I, right, in the first section, to the like the I and I, we may say, or the me in the first section, the I and the me, right, to the I and I and the we, right, the plural in the second section. Right. So another key factor begins off like from the personal, right, singular, right, to the plural, collective. Now, some may deduce from this phenomena, right, going from the first part of the composition, from like the me, right, to the we, that the speaker throughout is the nation, right? Some interpret this, that this psalm here is all the people speaking as one, even though it begins from the I to the we. It's kind of like an interesting debate that we saw, and if ones and ones, check it out. It was Zion Lex and the brother Gadol HaGadol. They were reasoning on Isaiah, Yeshaya, I think 50, was it 52, 53? The servant song is the servant song, right? Does it speak of an individual, or does it speak of many? That's what the Ethiopian, or rather the black Jew, right? The Yehudi of Ethiopia, the man of Ethiopian, Acts of the Apostles, when he was reading the scroll of Yeshayahu or Isaiah, right? He got to that particular part, right? Isaiah 52, 53, right? As a lamb, led as a lamb to the slaughter. And he had asked Philip, who ran and caught up his chariot, of who does this refer? Does the prophet speak of himself or some other man? That's a very, very important. I don't think that actually came up in the debate between Zion Lex, Abdiel Ben Levi, right, and Gadol HaGadol, right? I don't know whether that had come up right there. That particular verse. That's a really, really interesting verse. Now I'm thinking about that particular debate on who does that, the servant, right? The servant prophecy there. Does it speak of the prophet? Is Yeshaya speak of himself? Right? Was led like a lamb to slaughter, or is he speaking of somebody else? Is he speaking of Moshiach? Is that to be interpreted of Yeshua, Hanotri, as HaMoshiach? Or does it speak of the nation of Israel? So certain modern Jewish, Yahadut, and Judaic interpretation of that area of Isaiah 52 and moreover 53, right? Some modern commentators, in a reaction to the Notzrim, the Nazarene, aka the Christian and Christianity, they say that it applies to the whole nation of Israel. Right? While we have others from the earlier time, even the first century time, as we have in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8, with the Ethiopian eunuch. And that's what makes the Ethiopian eunuch, well, the one they call the Ethiopian eunuch. From Ethiopic sources, we call him an Ethiopian official. Just as in translation, Potiphar, right, the husband of the nymphomaniac Egyptian woman that wanted to press up, right, have illicit sexual activity with our brother Joseph, right? He is called an official, but in the Hebrew, it's the same word, saris, right? So as His Majesty says, the Ethiopian official who happened to be a black Jew, for lack of a better word, a black Jew of Ethiopia, right? The black Jew of Ethiopia. So that's a very interesting section. In fact, got to pick up on that a little bit more. But I brought that out because even there, sometime in the Hebrew, right, it might express, a singularity to refer to many ones as one, right? And here with this psalm, with Psalm 103, it begins off, right? It begins off in the me, the I and the me sense. And then it fulfills in the second part with the we sense, right? So some interpret this, it means like they interpret, no doubt, like Isaiah 53, that it refers to that Yisrael, right, as one man, as a nation, as one person, is that suffering servant, right, mentioned within the prophecy in Yeshaya, right? While others, right, we say more rightly pointed in its fulfillment with the Moshiach, Yeshua HaMoshiach, as we have in the New Testament, and particularly a very key area is the black Jew of Ethiopia, right, called the Ethiopian eunuch, the Ethiopian official, because he is reading that very section that even today, many Hebrews, Torah only, Old Testament only Hebrews, and other more messianic Hebrews are having, and certain Christians have this debate to this very day, right? And I don't know how many of them I know in the debate. I don't think I don't think so. I don't recall. Rather. I don't recall whether Zion Lex. So it's on Divine Prospects channel, right? So check it out. It's a very interesting debate. Both brothers, they bring forward some very interesting, information and how they present their argument. I think that Abdiel Ben Lewi, right, more proved the point, and not because we just share the same point, but we looked at the same evidence and can come to the same conclusion, but we do also receive some of the things that Gadol HaGadol has said, because it reminds me of this ancient kind of reasoning. And in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8, where the Ethiopian official, the black Jew of Ethiopia, of Merowe, the Merowite Cushitic kingdom, the Candace Candace queens, who had defeated the Romans. Just a little footnote right there. Candace defeats the Romans. What's Candace Owens doing? All right, what's she doing? All right, what you doing? How you doing? Right? But here, others would say that this is a person in the psalm. It's an individual who begins by giving utterance, giving voice to his own emotions, his experience, his own vibes, and then as he continues, he warms up, he heats up and warms up on the subject, and in that sense becomes forgetful, of his own individuality. Like sometimes you begin out off by just testifying, just your own testimony from self. But as you continue testifying amongst the brethren, testifying amongst the assembly, and you begin to recognize that your experience is actually inclusive, it's inclusive of all of us. This is what we have here. We have an individual beginning off from the I sense, and then becomes I and I, or from the me sense, and then it becomes we, becomes in that sense forgetful, of his own individuality, and merges himself, the I, in the I and I and the we, This is the sense, more of the sense of the psalm right here. So very interesting psalm. Like to get into it a little bit more right here, Definitely, I think there's a big connection with the Torah reading and feeding that we have before us right here. There's much more on this particular psalm that we'd like to share. But until that time, brothers and sisters, we need to get into this Torah reading and feeding here, and this particular Torah reading and feeding, Wayyigash and Yehuda drew near, And here, one more hearing of today's daily psalm, according to the royal order. Here, Jerusalem on the Jerusalem Alpha Blondie Dubwise.
Psalm 100.
מזמור ק"ג לדוד.
Bless the Lord, O my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
ברכי נפשי את אדוני, אדוני.
And all that is within me, bless his holy name, 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 bless his holy name.
וכל קרבי את שם קודשו.
Bless the Lord, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul, O my soul.
ברכי נפשי את אדוני.
And forget not all his benefits, 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 all his benefits.
ואל תשכחי כל גמוליו.
Who forgiveth all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity, all thine iniquity.
הסולח לכל עוונך.
Who healeth all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases, all thy diseases.
הרופא לכל תחלואי.
Who redeemeth thy life from destruction, from destruction, from destruction, from destruction.
הגואל משחת חייכי.
Who crowneth thee with loving kindness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness, loving tenderness.
המעטרךי חסד ורחמים.
Who satisfieth thy mouth with good things, good things, good things, good things, good things.
המשביע בטוב עדייך.
So that thy youth is renewed like the eagle, like the eagle, like the eagle, like the eagle.
تتحدش كالناشر نعريشر 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 نعريشر.
The Lord executeth righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. He made known his ways unto Moses, his acts unto the children of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in mercy. He will not always chide, neither will he keep his anger forever. He hath not dealt with us after our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. For as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy toward them that fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him. For he knoweth our frame. He remembereth that we are dust. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. For the wind passeth over it, and it is gone, and the place thereof shall know it no more. But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting upon them that fear him, and his righteousness unto children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and to those that remember his commandments to do them. The Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over all. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Bless ye the Lord, all ye his hosts, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. Bless the Lord, all his works in all places of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul, 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 my soul.
Lion of Judah Society.
Baruch ata Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Baruch ata Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Baruch ata Adonai.
Jump! Rastafari.
Adonai.
Jump!
Barku et Yahweh Hambarak. Barku et Adonai Hambarak. Bless Adonai, who is blessed. Baruch Adonai Hambarak Le'olam Wa'ad. Blessed is Adonai, who is blessed now and forever. Now and forever. Baruch Adonai Hambarak Le'olam Wa'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Bahar Banu Mikol Ha'amim U'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten HaTorah. Blessed is Adonai, who is blessed now and forever and forever. Blessed art the I, Adonai, Ayonai Elohim, sovereign of the universe, King of the universe, eternal King, who has chosen Ayonai from among the peoples and given us the Torah, Ha-Torah, Torato, his Torah. Blessed be the I, Adonai, who gives Ha-Torah, Torah, 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 Torah.
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
בדרך ופשחבקה וקומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Yes. Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom, Yeshua Shalom. Here. After the Shabbat Reflections podcast live right here for this Rastafari sabbatical study, RSS number 11, Wayyigash, or often called Vayigash, Bamarinya, Nemetz Av Kedus, authorized, revised, and Hard Bible. We have it as Karaba, and he drew near, Wayyigash. So here, picking up right here, 11th sabbatical study, beginning off with Genesis 44:18 to Genesis 47:27. So here, going through the 7 aliyot, the 7 readings right here, we have the first reading, Genesis 44:18 to 30, second reading, Genesis 44, verse 31 to 45 and 7, and then we'll go through each of them 2 by 2. Right, then the last one, the 7th, by itself. So here, Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, hear, obey, study to show yourself approved.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear for this Shabbat Wayigash, Sabbath, and he came near, and he drew near. Here for the Rishon, here for the first Aliyah, the Rishon, here for the Rishon Aliyah, Vayigash, here picking up the first book of Moses, first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 44, here picking up from verse 18, for the Rishon Aliyah, for the first reading, first up offering here for this Shabbat Wayigash. B'Shem Ha'ab W'Habein V'Ruach HaKadosh. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for this Shabbat Wayigash, Sabbath, and he came near, and he drew near. Here for the Rishon, here for the first Aliyah, the Rishon, here for the Rishon Aliyah, for this Shabbat Wayigash, here picking up the first book of Moses, the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 44, here picking up from verse 18, for the Rishon Aliyah, for the first reading, first up offering here for this Shabbat Wayigash. B'Shem Ha'ab W'Habein V'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Echad. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, he will be, the one. the one. Vayigash elayo Yehuda, Vayomer Bi Adoni Yidaber na Abdeka Davar Bi Azne Adoni Al Yichar Rabika Bi Abdeka Ki Kamoka K Faro. Then Judah came near to him. Wayyigash elayo Yehuda. Then Judah came near, drew near to him Yehuda. Wayyigash elayo Yehuda, and said, Wayomer Bi Adoni, O my Adon, O my Lord, Bi Adoni Yidaber na Abdeka, O my Adon, make thy servant, I pray thee, Bi Adoni Yidaber na Abdeka davar Bi'azne Adoni, O my Adoni, make thy servant, I praise thee. Speak a word in my Adoni's ears. Bi Adoni Yidaber na Abdeka davar Bi'azne Adoni. With Allah Yichar Lapeka Bi Abdeka. And make not thine anger burn against thy servant. With Allah Yichar Apeka Bi Abdeka. For thou art even as Pharaoh. For I are even as Pharaoh. Ki Kamoka. Pharaoh. Adoni asked his servant, saying, Have y'all a father or a brother? Adoni Sha'ala eta abdayo leimora. Hayesha lakem avo ach. Have y'all a father or a brother? Have y'all a father or a brother? Hayesha lakem avo ach. And we said to Adoni, I and I have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. And thou saidest to thy servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And I and I, said to Adoni, to my Adon, the lad cannot leave his father forth. He should leave his father would die. And thou, I saidest to thy servants, except your youngest brother come down with you, y'all shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up to thy servant, my father Avi, I and I told him the words of Adoni, of my Adon. And Avi, our father, said, Go again, buy I and I a little food. Buy us a little food. And I and I said, I and I cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will I and I go down. For I and I may not see the man Haish's face, except our youngest brother with us, with I and I. And thy servant, Ari, my father, said to us, to I and I, y'all know that my wife, Ishati, bear I 2 sons. And the one went out from me, and I said, surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if y'all take this also from me, and mischief befall him, y'all shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave, to Sheol. Now, therefore, when I come to thy servant, Abdekah Havi, my father, and the lad, not with us, not with I and I, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life. With Ata, K, Boia, Hilla, Abdeka, Avi, with Hanara, Henenua, Itanu, with Nafsho, Shura, Bi, Nafsho, seeing that his soul, his nefesh is bound up, his psyche is bound up with the lad's nefesh, with the lad's soul, the lad's psyche, with hanara, henenu aitan, with nafsho, Shura, not sure, 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 not sure. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Gevil Yisrael, here for the Sheni Aliyah, the second reading, the second up offering here for this Shabbat Wayigash Sabbath, and he came near and he drew near. Here, picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 44, here at verse 31 for the Sheni Aliyah. With Haya, Kia Reotoa, Kiein Hanara, with Meita, with Horidua, Evadeka, Etta, Seva Abdeka, Abinu, Be Yabona Shola Ola. And it shall come to pass when he seeth that the lad is not, that he will die, and thy servant shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant, our father, I and thy father, with sorrow to the grave, with sorrow to Sheol. With Haya, Kia Roto, Kiein, Hanara, and it shall come to pass. With Haya, and it shall come to pass when he seeth that the lad not. With Haya, Kia Roto, Kiein, Hanara, that he will die. What mate, that he will die, and thy servants shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant, our father, I and thy father, with sorrow to the grave. With Horidu Abdeka, Etta Serata Abdeka, Harinu, Yagona, Shola. For thy servant became surety for the lad to Ari, to my father, saying, if I bring him not to thee, then I shall bear the blame to Ari, to my father, forever. For I, now therefore, I pray thee, make thy servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to Adoni, to my Adon, and make the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad not with I? Lest peradventure, perhaps, I see the evil that shall come to Abi. I see the evil that shall come to my father. Ki Ari, we Hanara Anenu Aiti, Pen Ba'a Hashara Yima Aheta Ari. How shall I go to my father? Ki Avi, if the lad be not with me. With Hanara Ainenu Aiti, lest I look upon the evil that shall come on my father. Pen Vara'a Hashara Yimatsaha Et Avi. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Gevir, here. Genesis chapter 45. Joseph reveals himself to his brethren. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him. And he cried, cause every man to go out. Cause every man to go out from me, from I. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph, Yosef, made himself known to his brethren. With law, Yakola Yosefa, Lehita Apeka, Lekola Ha Nitzarim Alayo, Wayyigash. Then Yosef could not refrain himself before all the men that stood by, before all of them that stood by him. With law, Yakola Yosefa, Lehita Apeka, Lekola Ha Nitzarim Alayo. And he cried out, he called out, Wayyigash. Hotsiu call Isha may alai, cause every man to go out from I. Hotsiu call Isha may alai, with law Amada Isha ito beahita wada'a Yosefa ella echayo. Then and there stood no man with him. There stood no man with him while Joseph made himself known to his brethren. With lo amata isha ito, and there stood no man with him. Beahita wada'a Yosef. while Joseph made himself known, illa echayo, to his brethren. And he wept aloud. And the Egyptians in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph, and Joseph said to his brethren, I, Joseph, doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. Wayitena etakoloa biya bekiya waya yishamnu mitzrayim waya yishma'a baita paro, and he wept aloud. Wayitena etakolo, and he gave his voice a biki, and he wept aloud, and he gave his voice weeping. Wayitain etakolo biya beki why yishma'u mitzrayim, and the Mitzrayim, and the Egyptians in Mitzrayim heard. Why yishma'u mitzrayim, why yishma'a beita paro, and the beit, the house of Paro, of Pharaoh, heard. Why yomer Yosef illa echayo, and Joseph said to his brethren, why yomer Yosef illa echayo. Joseph said to his brethren, Ani Yosef, ha'od avi chai? I am Joseph. Ani Yosef. I am Joseph. Ani Yosef. Ha'od avi chai? Ha'od abi chai. Does my father yet live? Ha'od avi chai. With lo yaklua echayo. La nota oto akia niva halu ni panayo. And his brethren could not answer him, for they were affrighted at his presence. With lo yachlua echayo la nota oto ki yivahalua mi panayo. And Joseph said to his brethren, come near to me, come near to I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I, Joseph, your brother, whom you're sold into Mitzrayim, whom you're sold into Egypt. Why yomer Yosef ella echayo, keshuna elai. And Joseph said to his brethren, keshuna elai, keshuna, come near elai to I. Why yikashu, and they came near. Why yikashu, why yomer? And he said, Ani Yosef, achikem, asher mikartem otia mitzarayma. I am Joseph, your brother, whom you all sold into Mitzrayim, into Egypt. Ani Yosef, achikem, Ani Yosef, achikem, asher mikartem otia mitzrayima. And now, therefore, be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that y'all sold me here, for Elohim, for the true good, the true God, for Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. With Ata, Allah teya atzavua, with Allah yichara, bi ayanekem akiya mekaritem otiya heina ki le michya she lachni Elohim lifanekem. And now be not grieved. With Ata. And now Allah te'atzavu. Be not grieved nor angry with yourselves. With Allah yichara be'ayinekem. And be not angry in your own eyes. Kiya mekaritem. That y'all sold me. Kiya mekaritem ma'otiya. Heina. That y'all sold me hither. Heya heina. Ki. For. Kiya le michya. Le michya. She lachni Elohim lifnekem. For Elohim did send I before you to preserve life. For these 2 years, the famine in the land, and yet 5 years in which neither airing nor harvest. And Elohim sent I before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth. and to save your lives by a great deliverance, by a great deliverance. Vayishalacheni Elohim lifnekem la'sum lakem she'erita ba'aretz ula ha'chayota lakem lifa neitah גדולה.
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, what does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, Shalishi Aliyah, the third Aliyah, third up-offering, third reading, here for this Shabbat, Wayigash, here picking up first book of Moshe, Hebrew book, known as Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshith, here picking up Genesis chapter 45, verse 8, for the Shalishi Aliyah. Ve'ata lo atem shelachtem oti heina ki ha'elohim vayasineni la'ava lefar'o ula adona le'kol ha'beto u'moshela be'kol ha'aretz mitzrayim. So now, not you that sent I hither, but Elohim, but ha-Elohim, ve'ata. So now, and now, and ata. And now, wa'ata, lo atem shalachtem oti heina. So now, not you, not y'all, it was. Wa'ata, lo atem, lo, not atem, not you all, not y'all. Sent me hither, shalachtem oti heina. But Elohim, ki ha Elohim, and he has made me, and he has made I a father to Pharaoh. Ki ha Elohim, vayasimeni le'av le'far'o, and Lord, and Adon, and Atem, and Adon of all his house, of all his bayit. Ula Adon lekol beito, and a ruler. Moshel, bekol aretz Mitzrayim, and a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Wata lo atem shalachtem oti heina ki ha Elohim. Vayasimeni le'av le'far'o ula adon le'kol beto u'moshela b'kol ha'aretz mitzrayim. Hey y'all, go up, aliyah up to Avi, to my father, and say to him, thus saith thy son, Yosef, Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, Elohim, hath made I Adon, Aton, hath made I Adon of all Mitzrayim. Come down to I, tarry not, and thou the I shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou the I shall be near to me, near to I, thou the I, and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee, for yet 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household, and all that thou hast come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of Achi Binyamin, and the eyes of my Ach, Benjamin, Binyamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh to you. And ye and y'all shall tell my father of all my glory in Mitzrayim, and of all that y'all have seen, and ye and y'all shall haste and bring down Avi hither here. And he fell upon his brother Binyamin, Benjamin's neck, and wept. And Binyamin and
Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. Joseph's brethren blessed and sent to Yaakov and sent to Jacob. And the fame thereof was heard in Paro, in Pharaoh's bait, in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh, the great house, said to Joseph, say to thy brethren, this do y'all. Lade your beasts and go. Get you to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come to me, come to I, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, of the land of Egypt, and y'all shall eat the fat of the land, 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 of the land. And here, Shema Israel, here for the Rabbi, for the fourth Aliyah, fourth offering up here for this Shabbat Wayyigash, Sabbath, and he came near and he drew near. Here, picking up first book of Moses, Genesis chapter 45, here at verse 19 for the fourth. With Ata, Soreta, Zota, Isu, Kehu Lachem, Me Aret Mitzrayim, Galota, La Tapkem, Where Lina Shechem, Una Satema, Eta Vikem, Ua Batem. Now, thou, the I, with Ata and the I, male, art commanded. This do ye, this do y'all. With Ata, Tsoeta, Zota, Esu. Now, thou art commanded. This do ye, this do y'all. With Ata, Tsoeta, Zot, Esu. Take your wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Egypt. Kehu lachem me aretz Mitzrayim. Kehu lachem, take for y'all. Kehu lachem me aretz Mitzrayim. Take your wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones, and for your wives. And bring your father, and come. Kehu lakem me aretz Mitzrayim. Galot, wagons, galot, lit up the chem for your little ones, lit up the chem. Ul lina shekem, and for your wives. We lin shekem for your wives. Una satem, and bring your father and come. Una satema etavi kem, ua batem. Also, regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim, yours, and the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Yisrael, and the sons of Yisrael did so. And Yosef, Yawasaf, and Yosef gave them wagons, galot, according to the command of Pharaoh, the great house, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them, he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin, to Benjamin, he gave 300 pieces of kesef, of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father, he sent after this man 10 asses laden with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat and food for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said to them, See that y'all fall not out by the way. See that y'all fall not out by the way. Vayomer Eleihem al tirigzu badarek. Allah tirigzu badarek. See that y'all fall not out by the way. And they went up and they aliyed up. Waya'illu mi Mitzrayim. And they aliyed up and they went up out of Mitzrayim. And came into the land of Canaan to Yaakov, their father, and told him, saying, Joseph, yet alive, and he governor over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yaakov and Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed, he amained them not, and told him, saying, Wayagidu lau, and told him, saying, Wayagidu lau, lemor od Yosef chai, od Yosef chai, and they told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, od Yosef chai. With Kihu Moshel be Kol Aretz Mitzrayim, and he is Moshel. He is ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim, over all the land of Egypt. With Kihu Moshel be Kol Aretz Mitzrayim. Waya yafaga libo aki aloa hemin lahem, and his heart fainted, and his heart fainted. Wayafaga libo, and his heart fainted. Wayafaga libo ki lo hemin lahem, for he believed, he amained them not. Ki lo hemin lahem. Ki lo hemin lahem, for he amained lo hemin lahem. And they told him all the words of Yosef, all the words of Joseph. Which he said to them. Asher dibera eleihem. And when he saw the wagons, which Joseph had sent to carry him. The spirit, the irit of Yaakov, the spirit of Jacob, their father revived. Watahi ruach Yaakov abihem. The spirit of Jacob, of Yaakov, their father revived. Watahi ruach Yaakov abihem.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Chamishi, here for the fifth Aliyah, for the fifth up offering up, going up, here for this Shabbat, Wayyigash. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis, and here from the Sefer Reishis, here we pick up with Genesis chapter 45, verse 28 for the Chamishi, for the fifth reading, the fifth Aliyah for this Shabbat Wayyigash. Wayomer Israel, Rav Od Yosef Beni Chai Elcha with Er'einu Abit Rem Amut. And Israel said, Wayomer Israel, it is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. Rav Od Yosef Bni Chai Elcha we Er'ein Bitrem Amut. Here, Shema Yisrael, here, picking up with Genesis chapter 46. Jacob, Yaakov journeys to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet, to Hubit, to Egypt. Here picking up Genesis chapter 46, verse 1. Yisrael, Kol Asher Lo, Yavo, Be'era, Shalva, Yizbacha, Zivachim, Lelohei Avio Yitzhak. And Israel took his journey with all that he had. Why Yisrael will call Asher Lau. And Israel took his journey with all that he had and came to Beersheba. Wayavo Be'era Shala. And offered sacrifices to the God, the true good of his father Isaac. Wayizbacha Zivachim Lelohei Avio Yitzhak. And Ha'el, true good, the true God, spake to Israel, Yisrael, in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob. And he said, Here I. Vayomer Elohim le Yisrael. Marota Halayl. Vayomer Yaakov. Vayomer Hineni. And Elohim spake to Yisrael in the visions of the night. Vayomer Elohim le Yisrael Marota Halayla. And said, Jacob. Vayomer Yaakov. Vayomer, and he said, Hineni, here I. And he said, I, God, the true good, Ha'el, the Elohim of thy father, fear not to go down to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet, to Gibbet, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Vayomer Anoki Ha'el Elohei Avika, Al tira Mea Reda Mitzrayim, Ki Likoi Kadola, Simeka Sham. And he said, Vayomer Anoki, I, Anoki, Ha'el, I, Ha'el, the true El, the true good, the true God, Ha'el, Anoki, Ha'el, Elohei Avika, I am Ha'el, the Elohim of the I, Father, Anoki, Ha'el Elohei Avika. Al-Tira, fear not, Mea Rida Mitzrayim, fear not to go down to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Ki Ligoi Gadol, Simeka Sham. I will go down with the to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, to Kemet. And I will also surely bring thee up. And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. Anoki ereda imeka Mitzrayim. We Anoki aleka gama alo. We Yosef Yashita Yado Allah Aineka. I will go down with thee, male, into Egypt, into Mitzrayim. Anoki ereda imka Anoki ereda imka Mitzrayim. I will go down with the into Mitzrayim, to Egypt. We Anoki aleka kama alo gam alo. And I also surely will bring thee up again, will cause thee to Aliyah up again. With Anoki, Alika, Tam Alo, with Yosef, Yashita Yado, Allah Aineka. And Joseph, with Yosef, shall put his hand upon thine eyes. With Yosef, Yashita Yado, Allah Aineka. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel, the children of Israel, carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. Vayakam Yaakov mi Be'er Shava. Waya Yisua b'nei Yisrael eta Yaakov avihem ve'eta tapam ve'eta ne'shehem ba'galota asher shalach paro la seta oto. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Mitzrayim, came into Egypt. Yaakov, Jacob, and all his seed and all his race with him, his sons and his sons' with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed and all his race brought he with him into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, into Gibbet. And these are the names, Shemot, of the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, which came into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, Yaakov and Benaio and his sons. Reuven, Yaakov, Jacob's firstborn. And the sons of Reuven, of Reuben, Hanok, and Phalu, and Hezron, and Carmi. And the sons of Shimon, of Simeon, Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman, a Canaanitish Isha woman. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Yehuda, of Judah, and Onan, and Shelah, and Phares, and Zara. And and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Phares were Hezron and Hamul. And the sons of Yisachar, Tola, and Puvah, and Joab, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elon, and Jahliel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare to Yaakov in Pandan Aram, with his daughter Din. All the souls of Benaio, of his sons and his daughters, were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Hagi, Shuni and Ezron, Eri and Arodi and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah and Ishua and Isui and Beriah, and Sarah their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber and Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bare to Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, of Rachel, Yaakov's Isha, Jacob's wife, Eshet, or Set, Yosef and Binyamin and Benjamin. And to Yosef in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt, in the land of Gubitz, in the land of Kemet, Memphis, were born Manasseh and Ephraim, who Asenat, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, of Heliopolis, bare to him. And the sons of Benjamin, of Benjamin, were Bela and Becher, and Ashbel, Gera and Naaman, Echi and Rosh, Mupim and Hupim and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, of Rachel, who were born to Yaakov. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel and Guni, Jezer and Shalim. These are the sons of Bilhah, who Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bare these to Yaakov, to Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov, with Jacob into Mitzrayim, into Gibitz, who came out of his loins, besides Yaakov, Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, who were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the Beit Yaakov, the Beit Yaakov, of the house of Yaakov, the house of Jacob, who came into Mitzrayim, were 70 or 70. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Sheishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Wayigash, Sabbath, and he drew near. Here, picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis chapter 46, here at verse 28, for the Sheishi, for the 6th Aliyah, the 6th up offering up, going up, the Aliyah, the 6th reading here for this Shabbat Wayigash. Genesis chapter 46, verse 28. We'eta Yehuda shalacha לפניו אלה יוסף להורות לפניו כשנה ויבואו ארצה גשן and he sent to Judah, to Yehuda, before him to Yosef, to Joseph. We'eta Yehuda shalacha lefanayo illa Yosef, and he sent Yehuda, before him to Yosef, to direct his face to Goshen. We'eta Yehuda shalacha lefanayo illa Yosef, lehorota lefanayo Geshena, to Gishen, to Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. Wayavou arza Gishen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen. and presented himself to him, and he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said to Yosef, Now, let me make I die, since I have seen thy face, because thou, the eye, art yet alive. Amuta, hapa'am, achreya reoti aeta paneka, kia odeka hai. Make I die, now make I die. Amuta, now make I die. Amuta, hapa'am, now make I die, since I have seen thy face. Amuta, hapa'am, achreya re'otia etapaneka, that thou, the eye, art yet alive. Kia odeka hai, the eye are yet alive. Ki odeka hai. And Joseph said to his brethren and to his father's bait, his father's house, I will go up, I will aliyah up and shoot Pharaoh and say to him, my brethren and my father's bait, my father's house, who were in the land, who in the land of Canaan are come to me, are come to I. And the men, shepherds, and their trade have been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. And it shall come to pass when Pharaoh, the great house, shall call you, and shall say, what your occupation, that y'all shall say, thy servants' trade have been about cattle, from our youth even until now, both we, I and I, and also I and thy fathers, that y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd an abomination to the Egyptians. And Joseph said to his brethren, Wayomer Yosef illa echayo, illa beita avio. And Yosef said to his brethren, illa echayo, and to his father's house, illa beita avio, I will go up. I will go up with Agida and tell to Pharaoh where Omra Helayo, and will say to him, Achai Beit Avi Asher Be'aretz Canaan Ba'u Elai. My brethren and my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, are come to me, are come to I. I will go up with Agida le Pharaoh with Homra Elayo. Achai Beit Avi Hasher Bik Aretz Canaan Ba'u Elai. And the men are shepherds with Ha Nashim Ro Ai Son. And the men with Ha and Nashim are shepherds Ro Ai Son. For they have been keepers of cattle. Ki Anshe Mikneh Hayu. For they have been keepers of cattle. Ki Anshe Mikneh Hayu. And they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. With Sonam Uba Karama Wikola Sherlahem Hayaviu. And it shall come to pass, and it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say, what is your occupation? Ki yikra alakem Pharaoh with Amar ma isekem What is your occupation? That y'all shall say, thy servants have been keepers of cattle from our youth, even until now, both we, I and our fathers. Why martem? That y'all shall say, why martem? Anshe mikneh hayu evadeka. Thy servants, evadeka, have been keepers of cattle. Anshe mikneh, from our youth, even until now. Wa emartem ansheya mikneh hayu ebadeka.
Mina ua rein. Ada ata kam. Enachnu kam. Abotenu. Ba ebura. Teishahu. Bi aretza. Gishen. Kia. To irata mitzrayim kola ro'eh. On. That y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen. Teishavua bi'aretza gishena kia to irata mitzrayim. For abomination to the Mitzrayim, to the Egyptian, called ro'ei tzon. For every shepherd, ro'ei tzon is an to'irat, abomination. Kia to'irata mitzrayim kol ro'ei tzon. Here, Shema Yisrael, Gevil Yisrael. Here, first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 47. Genesis chapter 47. Jacob, Yaakov, and his descendants exalted. Then Yosef came and told Paro and said, my father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. Wayavo Yosef. Wayavo Yosef. Wayageda lefaro. Wayomer avi. We achai. We sonama. Ubat arama wikola asher lahem baua me aretza Canaan we hinama be'aretza Gishen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brethren, Ma isekem, what is your occupation? Ma isekem, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, why yomru illa Pharaoh ro'eyan sona evadeka dam nachnua dam ebotenu. And they said to Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we, I and also I and I fathers. Ro'ei sona evadeka dam nachnu dam ebotenu. They said, moreover, to Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land are we come, or I and I come, for thy servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we, I and I pray thee, make thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Vayomru el paroa lagur ba'aretza ba'nu kia eina Nira'eh latzona ashera la evadeka kia kavid ha ra'avabe aretza Canaan with atta yashavu na evadeka be aretza Gishen. And Pharaoh and Paro spake to Yosef, saying, thy father and thy brethren are come to thee, I. Vayomer Paro illa Yosef lemor avika we achreka bau aleka. Thy father and thy brethren are come to the eye. Aret mitzrayim lefaneka he be mayat av haaretza hosheva eta avika we eta acheka yashavu be aretza Gishen. Wehim ya da'ita we yeisha baman she chayil we samtama sareya mikne Allah asher li. And Pharaoh spake to Joseph, saying, thy father and thy brethren are come to thee. The land of Egypt is before thee. In the best of the land make thy father and thy brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen, make them dwell. And if thou knowest any men of activity, and if we'im ya da'ita we yeshbam anshe chayil, and if thou knowest any able men, anshe chayil, any men of activity, anshe chayil among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. ואם ידעת ויש בם אנשי חיים ושמתם שרי המקנה Allah אשר לי for me over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Yaakov, Jacob, his father, and set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Wayave Yosef et Yaakov avio, Wayaye miyadehu lifnei Pharaoh, Waya bareka Yaakov et Paro. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Why barek Yaakov et Paro. And Pharaoh said to Yaakov, how old art thou? How old thou? How old I? Vayomer Paro el Yaakov, Kama yimei shnei hayeka. How many are the days of the years of thy life? Kama yimei shnei hayeka. How many are the days? Kama yimei of the years, shnei of thy life, hayeka. And Yaakov and Jacob said to Paro, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers, my patriarchs, in the days of their pilgrimage. And Yaakov said, Wayomer Yaakov ella Paro to Pharaoh, Yemei Shnei Migurei Sheloshim Ua Me'ata Shana Me'ata We Ra'ima Hayu Yemei Shnei Hayaya Lo Hiya Siguaeta Yemei Shnei Hayaya Botai Bimeya Migoreihem. And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my sojournings, the days of the years of my sojournings, Yemei Shnei Migorei, are 130 years. Shaloshim Awu Me'ata Shana. Few Me'at Awe Ra'im. Few and evil, Me'at Awe Ra'im Hayu, have been the days of the years of my life. Me'at Awe Ra'im Hayu Yemeya Shnei Hayai. And they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers, my patriarchs. Willo Hisigueta Yemeya Shnei Hayai Avotai. In the days of their sojournings, Bimei Migoreihem. And Yaakov and Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. Why vareka Yaakov et Paro? Why barek Yaakov et Paro? Why ayetzeya mia lifnei Pharaoh? And went out. Why ayetze mia lifnei Pharaoh, from the face, from the presence, the perception of Pharaoh, the great house, 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 the great house.
And I pray that Mike, yes. Mic check. Yes. So here, bringing us to the seventh and the final reading, the Aliyah, the seventh Aliyah here from Genesis 47:11 to the 27th verse, chapter 47 from verse 11 to 27. It's a very, very important section here. We'd love to zoom in on this a little bit more right here, but here we have the seventh Aliyah here for this 11th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, for the Torah reading and feeding known as Wayyigash. Some call it Vayigash. We call it Wayyigash. Wayyigash.
Israel. What does Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shavi'i, here for the seventh Aliyah, seventh up offering going up, seventh reading here for this Shabbat, Wayyigash, here picking up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book that's called Genesis chapter 47, and here from the Sefer Reishith, Genesis chapter 47, verse 11, for the Shavi'i, here for the seventh Shavi'i Aliyah, for this Shabbat Wayyigash. Wayoshev Yosefa, Eta Avio, Eta Echayo, Wayitena Lahem, Echuza, Be'eretz Mitzrayim, Be'meitev, Ha'aretz Be'eretz Ra'im Meseisa, Ka'asher Ziwa, Pharaoh. And Yosef, and Joseph placed his father and his brother in. Wayoshev Yosef, Eta Avio, Eta Echayo, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt. Wayitena lahem echuzah be'eretz Mitzrayim, in the best of the land. Be'meitav ha'aretz be'eretz ra'em meseis, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses. Be'meitav ha'aretz be'eretz ra'em meseisa ka'asher ziwah Pharaoh, as Pharaoh had commanded. Ka'asher ziwah Pharaoh. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren and all his father's household with bread according to families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan for the corn which they brought. And Yosef brought the money, the kesef, the silver, into Pharaoh. Pharaoh bite into the great house's house, into Pharaoh's house. And when money failed, and when money failed, and when money failed in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt, and in the land of Canaan, and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Yosef and said, "Give us bread, for why should we die? Why should I and I die in thy presence, in thy face, in thy perception? For the money faileth. Why yitom ha-kasefa me'eretz Mitzrayim u me'eretz Canaan? Why yabo'u kol Mitzrayim illa Yosef le'mora? Haval lanu lechem. Lama namuta negdeka ki afesa kasef. And when the money was all spent in the land of Egypt, in the land of Mitzrayim, why yitom ha-kesef me eretz Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, me eretz Canaan, why yabu kol Mitzrayim. All the Egyptians came, Wayavu kol Mitzrayim illa Yosef, to Joseph, Leimor, and said, Hava lanu lachem, give us bread. Hava lanu lachem. Lama, for why? For what? Lama namuta negadika. For why should we die in the eye presence? Lama. Namuta negadika ki afesa kasef, ki afes kasef, for our money, for the money faileth. Ki afes kasef, for the kesef, for the silver
faileth, the money faileth. And Joseph said, Wayomer Yosef. And Joseph said, give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle. If money fail. Wayomer Yosef, Afeisa Kasef. If Afeis Kasef. If money fail. Afeis Kasef. If the money fail. Wayomer Yosef, Havu Mikanekem. We're etna lakem. De Mikanekem. Afeis Kasef. Give your cattle. Havu Mikanekem. Habu. Give. Habu Mikanekem. Give your cattle. With etna lachem, and I will give you. And I will give for you. With etna lachem. Be mikanekem, and I will give you bread for your cattle. Be mikanekem. Afes kasef. If the money, the silver, fail. And they brought their cattle to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended. Watitoma hashana hahi. And when that year was ended. Watitoma hashana hahi. They came to him the second year and said to him, I and I will not hide from my Lord, from Adoni, from I and I, Lord, from my Lord, may Adoni, from Aton, I and I, Adon, I and I, Aten. I and I will not hide it from Adoni, how that our money is spent. Adoni, I and I, Adon, I and I, Aton, I and I, Aten, also have our herds of cattle. There's not aught left in the sight of Adoni, of my Adon, I Aten, I Aton, but I and I bodies, and I and I our lands. When that year was ended. Watitom hashana hahi. They came to him the second year. Wayabu elayo bashana ha shemit. Bashana ha shemit in the second year. Wayomru. And they said, Lau to him, Wayomru, Lau. They said to him, Lo nekahed, Lo nekahed, Lo no nekahed. I will not hide, me Adoni. I will not hide from Adoni. Lo nekahed, me Adoni. Ki tam. Ha kasefa u amikne ha be'ahima il Adoni lo nishara lifne Adoni bieltihi we yatenu we adamatenu. We will not hide it from Adoni. How that our money is all spent, and the herds of cattle are Adoni's. There is naught left in the sight of Adoni, Lifnei Adoni, but our bodies and our Ayanai land. Wherefore should we die before thine eyes, both we, Ayanai, and our land? Buy us, buy Ayanai, and our land, Ayanai, land for bread. And we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh, and give Ayanai seed that we I and I may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. Wherefore, why? Lama namuta le aineka. Wherefore should we die before thine eyes? Le aineka. Lama, for what? Lama, why? Lama namut. Why should we die? Lama namuta le aineka. Gam enachnu. Gam adamatenu. Both we and I land. Kine otanu we eta matenu ba lachem, by us, by I. Kine otanu, by us. Kine otanu we eta matenu ba lachem, by us and our land for bread. We nihye Nachnu ve'adamatenu e'abadim Pharaoh. And we and our land will be bondmen to Pharaoh. We'nihyeh nachnu ve'adamatenu evadim Pharaoh. And give us seed with 10 zerah. With 10 zerah. And give us seed with 10 zerah. We'nihyeh. And that we may live. And we will live. We'nihyeh. With 10 zerah, with nichiyeh, give us seed that we may live. With lo namut and not die. With lo namut. With ha edama lo tesham, and that the land be not desolate. And Yosef and Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim, of Egypt, of Gibeon, for Paro, for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians. Sold every man his field because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's, and so the land became Pharaoh's. Waya yikena Yosefa et kol adamata Mitzrayima le Pharaoh. Kia machrua Mitzrayima isha sadehua kia chazaka eleihem ha'ra'av watahi ha'aretza le Pharaoh. So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine was sore upon them, and the land became Pharaoh's. Watahi ha'aretz le Pharaoh. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim, Egypt, even to the other end thereof. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from end of the borders of Mitzrayim to the end thereof. We'eta ha'am ha'ivira otoa le'arim mikazeh ge'bula Mitzrayim we'ada ka'tzehu. Only the land of the priests, only the land of the Kohanim bought he not. For the Kohanim, the priests, had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion, which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Rak adamata ha kohanim loak ana ki hok la kohanim meita Pharaoh. With aklua eta hukam asher natana lahem Pharaoh Allah kin lo Makarua eta adamatam. Only the land of the priests bought he not. Rak adamata ha-kohanim loak anam. For the priests had a portion from Pharaoh. Ki hok, had a hok. Ki hoka la kohanim me'eta Pharaoh. And did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. We'achlua eta hukam asher natana lahem Pharaoh. Wherefore they sold not their land. Alken lo makru eta adamatam. Then Yosef said to the people, behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, look, here's seed for you. And ye and y'all shall sow the land. Wayomer Yosef el ha'am hein aniti etkem hayom et adamatkem le Pharaoh hey lachem zer'a u'zera etem et ha'adam et ha'adam. Then Yosef, Yahweh said to Ha'am, to the people, why, Yomer Yosef il Ha'am, behold, hein, behold, I have bought you this day, and your land for Pharaoh, hein, Aniti etkem hayom ve'eta adamatekem le Pharaoh. Lo, hey, lakem, here, look, here is seed. Hey, lakem zera'ah.
Lo, here is seed for you. Hey, lakema zera'a. Uwa zera'itema heta ha edamma. And ye, y'all, shall sow the land. Sow the land. Uwa zera'item eta ha edamma. And it shall come to pass at the ingatherings. And it shall come to pass in the increase that y'all shall give the fifth part to Paro, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little one. With Haya, Batbuot, with Haya, Batbuota, and it shall come to pass at the ingatherings. Batvuot, and it shall come to pass in the increase. With Haya, Batvuota, Ua netatema, Chemishit, the fifth, that ye shall give a fifth to Pharaoh. Ua netatem, Chemishita lit Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own. With Arba'ah, Hayadot, with Arba'ah, Hayadota, Yihye Lakem, for seed of the field and for your food. With Arba'ah, Hayadota, Yihye Lakem, Li Zara'ah, Ha Sadeh, Ua Li Akalekem, and for them of your households. La'ashara de batekem, and for food for your little ones. Le'ekola le'aptekem, and here for the maftir reading here for this Shabbat Vayigash Sabbath, and he drew near here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book known as Genesis, here in the Sefer Reishis, Genesis chapter 47, here at verse 25, for the maftir, for Shabbat Vayigash. Vayomru chayitanu. Vayomru chayitanu. Nimsa hain be aineya edoni we hayayinu evadim ale Pharaoh. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Vayomru, and they said, He chayitanu nimsa hain be aineya adoni we hayayinu evadim le Pharaoh. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Make I and I find grace in the sight of my Lord, my Adon. Vayomru he chayitanu nimsachein be'ainei Adoni. Make I and I find grace in the sight of Adoni. And we and I will be Pharaoh's servants. With hayino evadim le Pharaoh, and we will be Pharaoh's bondmen. With hayino evadim le Pharaoh. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim, the land of Egypt, the land of Egypt, the land of Kemet, to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of HaKohanim, except the land of the priests only. Became not Pharaoh, became not Pharaohs. Wayasem Otaha Yosefa Lechoka Ada Hayoma Haze Allah Adamata Mitzrayim Le Pharaoh La Chomesh Raka Adamata Hakohanima Le Vadam Lo Haita le Pharaoh. And Joseph made it a statute, made it chok. Wayasem Otaha Yosef le chok, concerning the land of Egypt to this day. Ada Hayom Hazeh Al Adamata Mitzrayim Le Pharaoh. That Pharaoh should have the fifth. Al Adamata Mitzrayim Le Pharaoh La Chomesh should have the fifth. Only the land of the priests. Rak Adamata HaKohanim Le Vadam Lo Hayita Le Pharaoh. Only the land of HaKohanim, the priests alone, became not Pharaoh, became not Pharaoh. The last days of Yaakov, the last days of Jacob, verse 27. And Israel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Gubit, in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, Cushan. And they had possessions therein and grew and multiplied exceedingly. Vayeshev Yisrael be'eretz Mitzrayim be'eretz Kishen be'eretz Goshen. Vayeachezu baha vayifru vayirbu meod. And Israel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim. Vayeshev Yisrael be'eretz Mitzrayim, in the land of Goshen, in the land of the Goshen. Be'eretz Gishen, be'eretz Goshen. And they got them possessions therein. Vayeachezu baha, they got them possessions therein in her. Vayeachezu baha vayifru Vayirbu me'od, and were fruitful. Vayifru, and multiplied. Vayirbu and multiplied me'od, exceedingly. And here fulfills the Torah Aliyot for this Shabbat Vayigash, Sabbath, and he came near and he drew near. Glory be to the word, glory be to the sound, glory be to the power. Glory be to Ayin Father, glory be to Ayin King, the first power of the Trinity. Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the name of Getachinam, Medchanetachin, name by our Lord and Savior, in the name of Jesus Christus Yeshua HaMoshiach. Amen.
Ata Adonai,
John Rastafari,
Adonai,
John Rastafari.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
Ata Adonai,
John Rastafari,
Adonai,
John Rastafari.
Lion of Judah Society.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land. There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Yes. So here, Wayyigash, Joseph revealed here in this Vayigash Torah portion here, Judah. So the key characters here, of course, we have Yehuda, Yehuda, Judah. We have Joseph, and also we have Yaakov, Jacob, the patriarch Jacob, aka Israel. A lot of work to be done. A lot of work going on. That last the seventh Ali is particularly interesting. To kind of just give an overview. Like Joseph is the second in command, right? The way we understand government today, like the vice ruler, the viceroy. Then we get the viceroy. You know, the viceroy, because the roy, going back to the French, I think, or in the Latin, king. Rex, Roy, and Rex, you know what I mean? So the viceroy is like the second king in a sense, or the second ruler. But it's interesting because Joseph, he has, according to Torah narrative, he has management authority over like the land, like he's like the interior minister, so to speak, you know what I mean? And he has been administering, the gathering of grain during the times of the plenty of the harvest, the bumper crop harvest of ancient Mitzrayim of the Tawi, and also managing, like the crisis, the FEMA, when it said federal emergency, right? The federal Egyptian, emergency management. So he was managing, like the food resources. So we get a few interesting subject matters. Overall, we get a kind of what do you call it? The exchange of wealth or something like that. Is that what they call it? The exchange of wealth? The transfer. It's kind of a transfer, like a wealth transfer that's going on here. And from a certain view of it, it's almost like, are they saying it was all the Hebrews' fault? The events that occurred later on. Because here we have, I think, like the Middle Kingdom period, judging by the book 12th Dynasty, the 12th Dynasty, around the Middle Kingdom, a very, very interesting period, right? And I'm going to say this for the record that the Hebrews, I'm talking about the Israelites, the sons of Jacob, are not the Hyksos. But there is a connection with them because they do come from foreign. They are immigrants, immigrants that have migrated. It's almost like today. And then you find out that, okay, a particular group might seem to be getting certain benefits. And then you say, well, who's over that department? Oh, the person over that department, he's one of them. You see, this kind of sets it up like when we come into Exodus, when we get into the Exodus. It seems as though the Hebrews, as they're called, the Ibrahim, right, the sons of Jacob, the sons of Jacob, not just the Israelites. We look at the Hebrews, not in the way some look at it, but what the Torah really reveals in the actual history, that these are like the co-religionists. Let's put it like that, the co-religionists, right? But par excellence, it is the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? In particular, the sons of Jacob, right? Those who will be a nation when they come out. They were the birth of the nation of Israel. Now we have like a family that's very, very influential in a sense. Now, this influence, some might have missed over it, right? Because when we get into Exodus, it's like, wow, why are they just targeting? Why are they targeting the Hebrews, and why are they acting like they don't know Joseph? Right? Now, some of the Chavarim, fellow Talmudim, know that, we've gone over that before. And it's a very kind of interesting part because it's like, okay, from the end of the Genesis narrative, you see what happens is that people kind of zoom in on the family, what happens in the family part of the narrative, right? The ancients, no doubt, looked at it the same way, but they picked up on some of these areas that we might just gloss over, because it sounds like, just okay, Joseph, he's managing things, and the famine is really now in full swing, so forth and so on. But there's a couple of elements that I think we miss over. And if we get these elements and put them in their proper context. Now, I'm pausing on this particular picture. What was that, from the Beni Hassan? Right there, where it's a group of what do they call them? Did they call them the Shashu, the Hekshals? Yeah. In fact, some of the hieroglyphs, that we can approximately discern, right? We can see there's the Hekshals. In fact, what's interesting is this: the shepherds. Okay, let's see if we can get this over here. Hold on for a moment, because we had it in another selection, another suitcase. This is not the basic teaching on that, but we really would like to get into more of a teaching on that. I can't really zoom in that particular picture there. But anyway, in the picture you're looking at, which is kind of a good placeholder for the family of Yaakov, right? The family of Jacob, going down into Mitzrayim. I think there's another one of that as well. But some of the writing right next to some people call it the Cushite, the Abisha. I think he's called Abisha, right? And then some make a kind of an Ethiopian, like Abyssinia, kind of connection. But right over Chan, I can't really zoom in on that. Apologies on that. Really want to get into that right there. Let me see if I can find which suitcase this is in, right? And if I could bring it out to you, because I think I have a zoom in on it. Now, the what's this called? What's the book here by the brother right here? This book right here. Okay, Lee Cummings, The Negro Question, Part 5, Joseph and the 12th Dynasty, Egypt, Very, very important read right there and study right there. That kind of gives us a good approximation, and it matches some of the other information that we have. Okay, this is a suitcase here. Now let me see if I can find this suitcase. Give me one moment so we can probably get into a little bit more of reasoning and connect this seventh aliyah, the seventh reading right here. Just going to zoom in right now on the seventh aliyah right here. Okay, this one has 143. Give me one moment. I'm gonna do a better job in naming some of these suitcases. Look, I begin to see what happens. Okay, 43. That's 41. Let's go over here. One more. One more. Okay, this must be the suitcase here. Hopefully, this is a suitcase here. We'll bring this up so you can see it a little better. Hopefully, it's in this suitcase right here. Okay, here we go. Let's take that off. Give me one moment. Okay. Let's see. This is a suitcase. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, birds with feather. Yep. Now, this is why we look at the Hyksos that are kicked out, right, to be related to the Edomite, Esau and the Edomites, because he kind of mixed, married, and so he had a lot of different allies. And plus, the Torah actually tells us that Esau, they had like alufim, and they call them dukes in the translation. They had rulers, right, before, right, the children of Israel had kings. And with the access of, well, they both are the same age. Jacob, Jacob, and his brother Esau. But yet the Torah is very specific to say that there were dukes, right? Dukes of Edom, of Esau, right? Before. If you notice, it's almost like Israel is the last ones, right, amongst the other related peoples to get their own sovereignty, nationhood, and sovereignty. And that's going to happen, of course, after the Exodus. So this is an interesting pyramid, right, of what's going on right there. So if we look at this and we look at where Joseph would have been, Joseph would have been like sitting in the seat behind the guy at top, right? And he's actually the top guy with the managing of what goes on with the food supplies and the resources. Okay, some of the prisoners. Okay, this is that's here we go, right around here. All right, now this is from the Beni Hassan, but it does give a good word picture context, and it does occur around that same approximate time. So we're not arguing exactly for this, but we're using this to say that at this particular period of time, this is what was going on. I mean, even the famine part can be brought out and should be brought out, right? And we can lead right up to the Exodus part, right? But we have to get the backstory. So here in Genesis, like the backstory. So here, boom, right there. So now you see right at the man's head, the glyphs in front of him. You see the shepherd's rod, right? The shepherd's rod, right? The shepherd's rod in the ancient Semi-Tawi or Egyptian or Kemetic has the approximate sound of che, che, che. Right? Has a che, a ha, the ha and the che sound. And you see the one that looks like the triangle, the corner of a square, right? You see one like a corner of a square. That's like the qaf, like in Hebrew, the qaf, the special K, the Q, right? The qaf, not the quaf, but the qaf. So those two letters, reading like you read to the letters, often in ancient Semi-Tawi, the hieroglyphs. So it's the shepherd's rod is the hek, right? The hek, right? And the two letters together will spell hek, right? Or in a certain enunciation, even chok, hek, chok. So they say the hek, and then you see the one that like a three, like three on its side. There's like a three on the side, or it's like the three little mountains right in front of his face, right there. That's a locative, a kind of a locative symbol of mountains, and often that's put on certain glyphs for like foreign lands. Remember that Mitzrayim, ancient Tawi, ancient Egypt, they kind of created artificial mountains that we know, at least today, by the academics and others as pyramids, right? But these are like foreign lands. So the Hek Shaus is to say like rulers. Some of the scholars studying ancient Egypt interpret that as rulers of foreign lands. That's all I wanted to zoom in on that part of the picture right there so you can see that part of the picture, right? Because this, in a sense, is a good placeholder, especially when we speak about, Joseph's family, right? The Bnei Yaakov and his family in Mitzrayim. Now, one would say, well, that's ancient Egypt. Don't take ancient Egypt trying to prove the Bible, because the Bible, people have these philosophies and ideas. But now check this right here. Here in this seventh aliyah, right? The seventh aliyah. Let's touch on the seventh aliyah. So where's the seventh aliyah? Right here, once again, the seventh reading, right? Just now, about to go to Ezekiel, New Testament reading. But check this out. The seventh reading, Genesis 47, verses 11 to 27. So this is a transfer of wealth. Here we have what they call a transfer of wealth. In modern geopolitical and economic terms, right, we hear the talk of transfer of wealth. We can point to different examples, better and worse, of transfer of wealth. But here is a very interesting something that we think, from our study and the evidence we have, it kind of will lay the groundation, right, for what comes up in the second book of Moshe, known as Shemot, aka Exodus. In the opening part, it's almost like the sons of Jacob, the Hebrews, right, those of the same faith base, right, more or less, right. This is before Moshe and the law and the Torah, right. So we have to remember that Abraham, there were many with Abraham, even Abraham and Sarah, when they were out in Haran, it says, and they went forward and they brought all the souls that were with them, right? We often have this idea that, like, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, there's a couple of people, and they wasn't very influential, but they were very influential. So you have what's called, even today, they say co-religionists. I use that because that's a good placeholder, but we're not defending so-called, quote, religion in its Latin form, but like co-spiritualists, ones that had a similar spirituality or similar inclination, right? Now, what's really going to seal it for the sons of Jacob and the Israelites and those Hebrews is when Moshe and, at the mount and the giving of Torah. But that's a little ways away. Right now, we're looking at what are the seeds of this persecution against the Hebrews, right, and the sons of Israel, the children of Israel. When we go into Exodus, it's like they separate the groups, right? Notice what they say in Exodus: says the people of, right, the Hebrews are the people of, right, the Bnei Yaakov, the sons of Jacob, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, right? Now, let's bring that out once again, just to focus your attention right here, right? And let me see if do we have any other picks along this. Let me see if there's any other picks in this area. Okay, hold on for a quick moment. Okay, because I thought we had zoomed in on it, but some of the pictures don't really go in a chronological order, right? Just zooming through right here. Wayyigash right here. Okay, we're going kind of far right here. Okay, this is good, but we should probably put some. We'll break this one down. Up in the corner, you see the shepherd's rod. Once again, you see the shepherd's rod, right? That's the shepherd's rod, and then you see what looks like it's supposed to look like a little slope of a hill with a right angle, right there. That's the ancient Egyptian glyph that approximate the Hebrew sound of a Q, right? So together, the chek. The symbol of the shepherd's rod by itself is the chek, but spelling it out is the chek right there. That's the chek, right? I know we had a kind of a larger one right there, right? A larger one right there. Let me see if we can just scroll through this. All right. Okay. Let's see. We'll click a few more times. The linguistics: Afro-Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic, right there, or Chamo-Shemitic. There's another way to say Afro-Asiatic. There we go. Right, there we go. So now some of the scholars dispute the 3, the E, what looks like the E on its back, or the 3, right? That symbol there. So the two symbols we see, right? We see the chek turned around the opposite way, right? The chek, right? The shepherd's rod, and then spelling out the shepherd's rod. The chet, right? And the keh, the chek, right? But then Hebraically, we have this as the hawk, right? And here's where the connection with this seventh Torah reading and feeding comes in. So let's just go over here quickly right here. So it's from 11 to 27. So let's scroll back to 11, right? And zoom through. Now in our Audible, we went through a kind of a, a little more of a read. And it was good going through that read right there. Because we can read the translation, but sometimes, many times, and we don't know where we'll find those times unless we actually go there. It's almost like what Moshe told the Paro, right, the Pharaoh. He said, "Why can't you like what do you need to worship Yahweh, your Elohim?" Right? And he said, "We don't know what we need. We have to take everything with us because we don't know. We'll know what we need to worship Him when we reach there." Right? So we really don't know like where what's what with the translation. It's always good to like, hey, I like this verse. I think I understand it like this. Let me go check and see if the undergirding is the same, right? And Joseph placed his father and his brethren and gave them achuzah. Achuzah is a possession. Gave them possession in the land of Egypt. Notice what it says in the the meitab, right, of the land, the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses. Now notice this. Some say that the Exodus, some say, oh, the Exodus happened in the time of Ramesses, one of the Ramessides. Because when we go to Exodus, we do see where we do have the name Ramesses or Ramesses, right? So some base it on that the Exodus must have happened and they must have been building the treasure cities of Ramesses, right? That's kind of a misunderstanding of what Ramesses actually means to the Egyptians, right? Be that as it may, it says, as Pharaoh had commanded. So some even think, well, this must have been Ramesses right here because the word Ramesses and Paro is so very closely connected. And Paro from the Perah actually has the meaning of the great house. I often compare it even today when they say the White House. The White House said, and the White House is revealed, or the house didn't reveal nothing, but somebody from within the White House representing the respective ruler of the White House. Or they say number 10 Downing Street for over in England, right? That kind of sense. Be that as it may, this is significant here because now after the meet and greet and the blessing and all that was done, right, and the questioning and the blessing, now Joseph had placed his father and his brethren and gave them a possession. Now this word is key right here. Let's bring this out right here because here we get the seeds of a wealth transfer and something that in a very logical and real world way could backfire. And based on what the Torah narrative is, we're saying this is the backfire in a sense that happens, right? From this. There's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. I must admit that I wasn't always a proponent of that saying. I'm not a proponent of it in every sense. It does have its proper context, right? But this is a case right here. Now we say, well, Yosef, he made sure everybody got fed and, he distributed the food and, he saved lives. Yeah. But remember what Yosef says to his brothers. He says that, he was sent, that Ha Elohim sent him there to preserve lives, but particularly their lives, right? Just keep it a buck right there. Achuza, right? Achuza, possession, property. So he gave to his brothers because it seems as though he had a good relationship, a close relationship with the ruling Nesut and Sutin Biti, Sutin Bet, whatever the ruler's name was. We can get into that secondarily or later on. But just to break this down right here. So a possession, a land, possession by inheritance. Right? This is the sense. A possession, but possession by inheritance. Right? In the Goshen, right? In the Meitab, something seized. Possession, especially of land, achuza. I say that's important, and that this achuza wasn't just any old place, but it was the meitab, right? The meitab is the best, right? The best of the land. And it says here in the land of Ramesses, like the ancient Egyptian, like the Ra, right? Ramesses. Some interpret this as child of the sun, right? A city said to be in Lower Egypt, said to be built by, they say, Hebrew slaves, but the Hebrew bondmen. But wait, how was it built by the Hebrew bondmen? And when they came in at this time, they're not bondmen, right? Some say probably in Goshen. But this word is said to be of Mitzri origin. Now, there's a lot of interesting words that actually come up that often remain untranslated, right? Like we have Ankh, right, that also come up. We have Ray, Ra, right? We also have Asenat, right? That Asenat, his wife, right? Joseph's wife. Actually, that's the name of a Netert. Netert, I think, is approximate for like a female divine attribute. Some might say goddess, right? But be that as it may, right? Let's go down. So Joseph, he nourished his father and his brethren and all his father's household with bread, right? Bread is a general term, lechem, right? But it often means like food or grain, specifically bread, but in a general way, food or grain. Like, you know, like we say, even we use it for money sometimes. You got any bread, right? Right. So right here, bringing out the Hebrew sense, as a little child is nourished, right? The Hebrew sense of it. Now, as we study even ancient Mitzrayim, we'll notice there's certain kind of key phraseologies that were used at certain periods of time, and particularly this period of time in the 12th dynasty, in some of their literature and other things that kind of pop out at you when you understand that. But then in a practical sense, it's according to the little ones, that he nourished them as a child is nourished. Remember that for Pharaoh, right, for the ruler then, Yosef, is Safnat Pa'ank. Ankh is in his given name, right? Safnat Paneach, right? That he says that he's as a father. Remember, he says he's as a father to Pharaoh, right? Now it says, and no bread in all the land, right? And no bread in all the land. It's interesting. He nourished them with bread according to their families. And then we come to a time when there's no bread in all the land. For the famine, and the word for famine here is ra'ab, ra'av. Some say ra'av, modern Hebrew ra'av. Like if you say I'm hungry, re'ev, ani re'ev, 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 I'm hungry. But ra'ab is famine, hunger, right? Famine, hunger, right? So it said there was famine, and the famine was very sore, right? So that the land of Mitzrayim, the two lands, right? And the land of Canaan and the land of Canaan, here says they fainted, right? Laha, laha, right? Laha. They fainted, they went mad, right? Because they had no food, right? You know, if you know how I can get no food. So Joseph, here we get to verse 14, he gathered up all the money. He gathered up all the what? All the money. So they had bread, right? But in order for one to get bread, it wasn't like, okay, just show up and they just give out bread. No, one's, according to what we have here, had to purchase it, right? Had to purchase it, had to get something in exchange. So here, Joseph is now in charge, according to our scriptures, for the gathering up of all the money. So the word for money here is kesef. Kesef, kasef, right, is the word for silver. So the silver currency exchange or money, right? So he gathered up all the silver, aka the money, that was found in the land of Mitzrayim, in the two lands, and in the land of Canaan, right? For the corn, the word for corn here, sheber. Sheber is grain. It's like grain, different kind of grain, but here they translate as corn, but more correctly is grain, right? All the grain that they bought. Then it says, and Joseph brought now, right? He brought the money into Pharaoh's house. So he's like an intermediary, right? In that sense. In his second in position command, he's distributing the food, the resources during the time of famine in exchange for the kesef, the silver money, and he puts it within Pharaoh's house, or we could say his treasury, his bank. In Pharaoh, the great house's bank, right? And when money failed, now this is the interesting part. When money failed, right? Ever since then, right? Even to now, people think about, what happens when the dollar fails? That's a big talk. The dollar fails. You know what I mean? Because of this or that. But here, in the context here, when the silver failed in the land, that means that people exchanged the silver. You know, people had silver. They had money, like people have dollars or whatever, and people going to spend their money to buy whatever available food. But now, nobody's really making anything because it's kind of hard to make anything during the famine, so earnings are down and everything. And then after a while, it fails. Here, the word for fail is interesting, right? Tamam. Tamam means to be complete. Because you have to imagine if there's silver and silver is being used for money, then at a certain point, if money is being kind of spent or silver is being given, right? But the economy, everything is at a grinding slow because, things are famined, right? After a while, it's going to be complete. So it uses two different words in this sense for money failing, right? Notice this one verse right here. At the top of the verse, it says, and when money, then it says failed, the H8552. Then if you look at the bottom, right, it says, for why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. If you look down here, the money here is aphes, FS, aphes. Now, in modern Hebrew, right, we use FS. FS is often used for zero. FS is used for zero, right? From aphes, right? To cease, to break, to come to an end. Basically to disappear, to become zero. There's no silver is moving around. All of it is gone. All of it been used, right? Joseph been distributing the grain, right? His people distributing the grain, people paying for it. They don't got no more grain. They got no more silver, so it's done, right? So here we have, and the money failed was complete. The money that was in the economy going out and to and fro in business now all had to be used on buying food and grain, and there's no more money, right? And all the Mitzrayim came to Joseph, right, and said, it reminds me of, in a sense, it kind of reminds me like sometimes, like you remember back in the days when talk about affirmative action back in the 70s and everything like that. The economy in America and the Western world was very, very bad. It almost fell actually back in the 70s and everything. But this is when they had the affirmative action. So what was happening is now like so-called once lost now found black and brown people were getting like certain like jobs in big business and government and other things. But these businesses were failing. They were failing. The whole economy was failing, right? But they became, it's almost like the ruin came under their hand. In a sense, when we get to Exodus, people reflecting on how did we get here? There's a whole change of society that is implied in the Torah narrative. And then when we study actual ancient Egypt, we get to see that there was this change going on even roughly between what's called the 12th dynasty and the 18th dynasty. Some scholars in studying ancient Egypt say that it's almost like after things were going kind of orderly up to like the 12th, but it seems to be like a kind of a hodgepodge of like how the historical narrative, it's almost like for some, the 12th dynasty, there's this interlude of a couple hundred years. And then there are other kings, but some of the direct descendancies are like off. Some say this is where the Hyksos or other people came in and were ruling. And then we get a kicking out of this Hyksos people, so to speak, this Hyksos people. And then we get the kind of the middle kingdom, right? And then we come to like the so-called, the new kingdom time, right? The time of the Tutmosides, right? And this is the approximate time also, right, of the Exodus. So when we look at ancient Egypt and the historical records as they've been found, right, this same almost jump over a period of time is there. So it's almost like, remember, nobody really understood or knew this for a long time before they started to find other archaeological remains in ancient Egypt coming up to like, say, the 19th and the 20th century, right? And then they started to understand these things more like now. It's almost like now they've begun to understand these things more. And there was not that good understanding about these things. And now as we compare what's understood with the scripture, it almost seems as though ancient Egypt is testifying to what the scripture, right, as it was known and printed in Hebrew and different versions, was already known, right? That even the historical timeline seems to kind of jump over, right, many dynasties. There are these dynasties, they find evidence of them, but it's not in the neat way of, It's like something happened at this time in ancient Egyptian society. right? And it's both testified by more of the recent archaeological kings lists and dynasties. They're still trying to work out certain things. They have a general picture, but even the general picture shows that there's this from the 12th to the 18th. And then you have a lot of interesting matter in between, right? And this seems to connect with the biblical narrative concerning some people being kicked out, and then they targeting the children of Israel and the Hebrews and the children of Israel, right? They even say in Exodus that if they join with our enemy, so whoever was ruling when this new king rose up, he was like, right, suppose these Hebrews and the children of Israel join with our enemy. So we're gonna have to, down press them. We're gonna have to really focus on keeping them down, right? And if a war breaks out, they might join the enemies. This is interesting. That's why we maintain that the kicking out of the Hyksos was not the exodus of the children of Israel. Rather, it was more focused on those who, from an Egyptian point of view, right, and even a biblical point of view, could be seen as relatives or related peoples, namely the children of Esau, right? So here we see the Edomites and the children of Esau. Remember, Esau tended to mix with a lot of different peoples. The Hittites on one hand, with the Ishmaelites on the other hand, and no doubt being in Egypt, he mixed again. So it's like Esau could kind of go in a lot of different disguises, so to speak. But it's like the people, the native Egyptians, right? They understood that these people are more related, right? The children of Esau, right? And the Hyksos, those Hyksos more related, right, to the children of Israel, right, than to them. Just want to point that out. But here the money fails, right? The money comes to zero, right? And now Joseph now said, give your cattle, right? So let's bring this up. So the Hyksos, I'm gonna bring that, I'll make that link right here. So the money fails, right? Right? Where's our screen? Right? There we go. Wow, it's a little delayed. Then Joseph said, give your cattle. So they couldn't give any money, right? They had to give their cattle, right? Because no money. So there had to be some sort of exchange, some sort of, give and take, right? You want to take bread? What are you giving for bread? Right? Because other people want bread too. They have something to give for it, right? So give your cattle, right? Now notice the word for cattle right here is mikneh. Remember I was talking about how when Joseph tried to peep his brothers to the game, like we're in the country, but we have a relative who went to the city, and they went to the city and they became big in the city. You know what I mean? Very influential. You know what I mean? They know how things are run. In fact, they're actually running things in the city, right? And now we come there, and then the relatives are saying, yo, like we're here, and that relative is like, okay, listen to me, do this, do this, do this, but beware about doing this and this and this, right? See, I have mikneh right here. Mikneh here is the livestock or cattle, right? Where was it? Was it in the previous chapter? Right? It was in the previous chapter, right? Let's scroll down here. It was in the previous chapter. Let's go right over here where he's trying to tell them, right here. Okay, after he meets his father, it's right over here. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Let me put on light so we can get to the epicenter. Oh man, it scrolled up there. Let's go here. I should have highlighted it. Okay, here we go. This is the part. I want you to pay attention to this part right here. All right. So verse 31. And Joseph said to his brethren, right, and to his father's house, I will go up and shew the great house, Paro, right, Paro, the Perah, and say to him, my brethren and my father's house that were in the land of Canaan are come to me. Now notice what he's going to say, right? This is what Joseph said, all right, yo, come from the country. Now you're in the city, right? I'm going to hook you up, more or less. I'm going to get things ready for you. But first, let me go forward, right? I'm going to speak, and I'm going to say, the men, speaking of his brothers, right, are shepherds, right? And their trade have been to feed cattle. Notice what it's saying right here. The men are shepherds, right? But let me hit the note. Their trade, they are men of cattle, right? They are men of cattle. Now, you'll notice that in ancient Egypt, right, like the King Tut, you remember the King Tut, something that we all know. And what's the symbology often? when they cross their heart, what do they cross their heart with? They cross their heart with two staffs, right? One is the hek, right? The hek, the shepherd's rod, and the other is the chu, right? The chu, Khu, the chu, right? And that is the cow pride. So we see these two symbols that the rulers, right, of Mitzrayim, right, display themselves. They're holding the shepherd's rod and the cow pride. The two symbols, the shepherd's rod and the cow pride, right? The shepherd's rod and the cow pride, right? Now, you ever wonder about that? I always wondered about that, right? Even when I read over this narrative some years ago, but definitely I give thanks to the Torah studies because I was able now to, get the understanding of the details, paying attention to the details. Because why did they have these two rods? And then it says that the shepherd was an abomination. It says the shepherd was an abomination. I said, well, how could the shepherd be an abomination to the Egyptians? Well, to the Egyptians of that particular time period, right? It's interesting when we talk about the heavens, right, and the witness in the stars, right? We go from Aries, they go from Aries, the ram, to the bull. You know how they went from Aries, the ram, to the bull? Yeah, if you know anything about the heavenly signs, right, and the 12, you know what I mean? You see how it goes from like the ram, especially with the precession of the equinoxes, right? Remember, it's about time, telling time. Now, what sort of religious or belief system is associated with it, that's the thing there. That's the other thing. But the fact that the heavens might have a point of reference, not just to other people, but especially in the context of the children of Israel. That's why we focus on the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowing to Joseph's star. That's not astrology in a worldly sense, but that's definitely a sort of an astrological signification, right, within the Hebrew sense, right? So that means it's how we approach these things. You know what I mean? Do we look at it Yah's way, or do we look at it from the world flesh? You know what I mean? So they are men of cattle. So when it says that the men are shepherds, right? The men are shepherds. Hold on for a moment right here. The men are shepherds. Let's get the Hebrew here. It says, "We ha-nashim ro'ei son." Ro'ei. They're shepherds of, right, son. Right? Se'on. Now, Se'on is like what we say, small cattle, right? Like the sheep and the goats, right? The sheep and the goats. So they are shepherds of sheep and goat, usually in the flock, like shepherds of a flock. They're shepherds of flock. Ro'ez on, they're shepherds of flock, of multitude of like the small cattle, usually of sheep and goat, right? Then it says ki, because anshe, they are men of mikneh hayu. Ki anshe mikneh hayu. Right, so here the next phrase says that they are anshe, they are men, right, from the ish to anshe. Anshe, they are men of, right, mikneh. They are men of what? Of livestock. So you see, there's a distinguishment between the two kinds, right? The cow, right, prod, and the shepherd's rod, right? The ro'ez stone, it implies that they are shepherds, right? They are shepherds of sheep and goat, right? But then anshe mikneh means of cattle and livestock, right? So here it says ki anshe mikneh hayu with sonam, and their seon, right? Flock sonam, and their sonam ua bikaram uvkaram, and their bakaram is their cattle. So here we're getting two kinds that the rods signify. We're getting the shepherd's rod and the cow pride. The shepherd's rod and the cow pride, right? Like the shepherd and the cow herd. The shepherd and the bovine herd, the cow herd, the cattle herd. There we go, the cattle herd, like a cattle herder, right? We call and all asher lahem, and all that is theirs, hebiyu. Right, we call Asher Lahem and Hebiyu, and all that is theirs, Hebiyu, they have, and all that they have. So they brought all that they have, right? So notice right here, the significance is they are men of cattle. This is what Joseph is going to say. Joseph is telling them. Joseph is saying, peep the game, right? He's saying, and it shall come to pass when Pharaoh, the great house, shall call you. You know, like you go someplace and you're gonna have an audience, you know, before the ruler, you know what I mean, or have an audience before those in charge, right? So when Pharaoh, the great house, the Perah, shall call you and shall say, Ma Sekem, right? What is your occupation? Ma'aseke. What is your ma'ase? What is ma'ase? Ma'ase, your deed or work. Remember we said earlier in the Torah reading and feedings that the deeds of the fathers, Maaseh Abot, are Seman Labanim, are Seman, are signs of the Banim. They're signs for the sons. So in other words, the deeds, the doings of the fathers, they are signs for the children. You know, and you know how that can be applied. You know, some things they say run in families, so to speak, or can, you know, even by hearing about it. You grow up, you're hearing, oh, so and so was great at this. You know, a young child might say, yeah, that's what I want to do. So the deeds of the fathers, right? Maaseh Abot, right? Saman Labanim, right? So here, when Pharaoh, it says, Wahaya, Kia yikra lakem paro, and it shall be ki when yikra he called lakem you all, right? Paro, when Pharaoh calls you all, with amar, and he says ma'asekem. What is your work? What is your deed? What's your business? What's your occupation? Here's the key part here. This is the part where they still not really listen to Joseph, right? You know what I mean? You know, they are repenting, but not really fully repentant, so to speak, right? That y'all shall say, so now he's telling them what they should say. Thy servant's trade hath been about cattle. Have been about what? About cattle. Why not about sheep? About cattle. All right. No. Cattle. All right. This is the emphasis here. This is what I think a lot of ones kind of miss over, right? In this narrative, and then what happens in the second book. You know what I mean? It's like first book, if you understand the first book, you get to the second book, you're like, oh yeah, this is picking up from what happened before, right? So it says that y'all shall say thy servant's trade, right? That servant's trade hath been. So it's like saying, yeah, they have flocks of like sheep and goat, but their real business is cattle. Their real business is what Joseph is trying to tell his brothers. Thy servant's trade have been about cattle from our youth even until now. All right. It's almost like there's some big business in cattle. It's almost like this Pharaoh or this particular time in Mitzrayim, you know, like cattle is a big thing. It's almost like nowadays they talk about AI. Like AI is a big thing, you know, like, so don't say you're in data processing. Say you're in AI, you're in this technology. You know what I'm saying? And don't say you're about sheep, you're in shepherding. No. Nah, you can have sheep or whatever, because they had sheep too. But notice what it says right here, that y'all shall say, thy servants' trade have been about cattle from our youth even until now. Right? So notice what he says. This is what you shall say. Both we, also our fathers, that y'all, and the reason why he's saying y'all to say this is so that you all, speaking to his brothers, may dwell in the land of Goshen. So this must have been cattle country or something like that. For every, notice what he says, the warning part, for every shepherd an abomination to the Egyptians. Why does he say every shepherd is an abomination? Right? Where do we get this? Now, it's some things we can notice even in history, right? When they went from some of the cults that were more of the ram, right? The sheep and the ram cults, and then they went to the bull cults. They went from what they call Aries to Taurus, right? Or from the ram cults, right, to the bull cults, right? But here in the Torah, it says that for every shepherd, you see the Hek Shaus, you see the shepherd's rod right there, right? Now, as Hek, right, referring to the foreign rulers, right, those Amu, you know, whether they were of the Hebrews of Jacob and of Israel, or whether they were of the related peoples of Esau or his mixed bunch, right? For every shepherd, right, is an abomination. Let's bring this out right here. Let's go through this verse right here. It says, Wa amartem, and you shall say, Anshe mikneh hayu, right? That's what you shall say, right? Abdeka, right? Abadeka, your servants, right? Mina oreinu, min oreinu, mi ne oreinu, from our youth, from since we were small, Naor, from our early life, right? We grew up doing this. We'ada ata, until now. Gam also, not just the five that he chose to bring forward, but they would say anachnu, we, right? Also we, gam, and also, right? Abotenu, our abs, our fathers, right? Ba abor, so that ba abor. Now here's the reason, the abor, right? For the sake of. So Joseph is giving them like on a conditional, right? You shall say this, and if you say this, this will be in order that this will pave the way for what he's trying to do for them. They have to, basically he's saying testify like this, right? Teshbu, right? So that Teshbu, right? Be eretz, so that you may Teshbu, yashab, you may sit, you may dwell, right? Be eretz Goshen, be eretz Goshen, right? In the Kushen. Now here's what's interesting. This word here in Hebrew, Goshen, in the ancient Egyptian is related to the word shen, shen. Some say that the hu relates to the shepherds, the cow pride, the other of the two symbols of the pharaoh, and shen in some dialects of ancient Egyptian refer to brothers, right? So the hu would refer to the cattle herders, right? And the shen is the brothers who are cattle herders. This is a kind of a Egyptian Kemetic to the Goshen. Kemet is also mentioned here too from the Hebrew context. When we talk about the land, the Adamah, Adam is reddish brown and Adamah is the reddish brown ground. The Kemet is one of the two parts of Egypt. The Kemet is the eastern part of the Nile, and the Dershet, the desert where they have the temples and the after death kind of rites and rituals, is the western part, with the sun rise in the east and then it sets in the west. So Egypt is like twin in two ways, upper and lower, and also east and west. On the east side, right, of the Nile is where the Kemet is, where that reddish brown Adamah came down and comes down from Ethiopia during the inundations from inner Africa. But we didn't get to that rate just yet, but it says so that you may dwell. It says ki to avat, ki to avata mitzrayim kol ro'ei se'on. So here he says the reason why is, right, because ki, right, to'abat, the to'abat, from to'eba. To'eba is a disgusting thing, an abomination. To'abat is like the abomination of to'ebata Mitzrayim, the abomination of Mitzrayim, the disgusting thing of Mitzrayim. Kia to'abata Mitzrayim, call all ro'eh, all shepherds of song, all shepherds of song, all shepherds of small cattle, all shepherds of sheep and goat. That's what it's saying right here. For every shepherd is a to'abata Mitzrayim, is a abomination, a disgusting thing. All right. So now see how that starts to relate with the Hek Shaus, right? The Hek Shaus, right? Hek Shaus or Hek Kush, some say Kash, Kosh, Kash. There's some dispute over the Hyksos, right? These are signs found on artifacts, right? And now here, in looking at the Torah scripture, now when we go over here, right, when they finally were presented to Pharaoh, you remember, right? And Pharaoh said to them exactly what Joseph said, he's going to say, Ma ma'asekem, right? What is your ma'aseh? What's the I ma'aseh? Ma ma'asekem, right? What's your occupation? What's your business? What's your work, right? And they shall say to Paro, thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. Oh my goodness. See that? You see that? Joseph just told them. That's the part people miss right there. They read it religiously. But if you read it the way that the Hebrews, and the early people, our people heard it and should hear it, right? Did you hear that? He just told them, right? Don't say this, but this is what you shall say. When he asks you, right? This is very clear. When Pharaoh asks you, what is your occupation? You shall say what? Okay, maybe one's missed this, right? Let's go over here. Let's go over here again. Let's go over here. Joseph, he advises them. He says, and it shall come to pass, two sentences, right? And it shall come to pass when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say to you, Ma ma'asekem, what is your ma'aseh? Right? That y'all shall say, thy servant's trade hath been about the meekness. Anshe meekness. Anshe meekness. We are men, right? We are men of the meekness. We are men of cattle, right? We are cattle herders. We're men of cattle from our youth. Min oreinu, right? Both we and Nachnu and Aboteinu and our fathers. That's it. All right. That y'all may dwell in the land of Goshen, Chushen, right? Chushen, right? For every shepherd, ro'eh, on, right, is a to'abah to Mitzrayim, is a disgusting thing to the Mitzrayim, especially that time period. Yeah, right? So they go, right? He asked them, right? He took 5 of them, right? And asked them, right? Right here we go. Here we go. I took them there. He said, what is your occupation? And they said, thy servants are shepherds. Oh my goodness. Both we and our fathers. Can you clearly see that they did not heed the advice that Joseph gave them? Check it. All right. All right. They said to Pharaoh, what? Thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. See, some people confuse shepherd and sheep like animals, like many of us are not shepherds or whatever. So we may think all animals are the same thing, right? And maybe that's why people don't really get it, right? But anybody who understands the distinct difference between these occupations, would understand why Joseph zoomed in on that, right? And I haven't found this even in many, really any Bible commentaries, because, we just saw it and we're like, wait, that's interesting. We went over it again and we said, yeah. Joseph said, say this, and then they said that, right? And they said, moreover. So now when you understand what's going on, what we just showed you, this is why the next verse says that they said, moreover. It's like they already messed up right there. Like the ancient audiences paying attention would get that. Like, oh man. Like almost like a little giggle, a little laugh would almost occur right there. Like, when you tell somebody say this and they say the other, you're like, oh man. And then they go on. In addition to that, they didn't stop there. They didn't put a period there. Well, there's a period, but they continue to speak. They say, for the sojourn in the land are we come. Now they're taking the reason that Joseph said, you should say this so that by saying this, you'll be able to dwell in the Chushen, the Chu, the Hek and the Chu. The Hek is a shepherd's rod and the Chu is a cow prod, the Chushen. Brothers, Shen, in ancient Mitzri, brothers, right? For the sojourn in the land are we come, for thy servant have no pasture for their flock. Oh my God, they're going on with this. They're going on with it. You see what they're saying? Have no pasture for their son, right? For their flock. They're not talking about the cattle, the meekness, right? And then they're going into now their personal experience, their woe stories. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess, immigrants might do this, but it's like, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan, right? Like they have to appear like people when they come to America, they have to, some of the harsher ones, and ones have to make it like, if they're desperate, and sometimes they don't even get any refugee status. But this is what these guys are doing. This is what the brothers of Joseph, again, they're not listening, right? And therefore we pray thee, let thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen, of Chushen. That's not what Joseph told them. He said, you shall say this so that you may dwell in the land. But they didn't say what he said. They picked and choose the parts of it, but the part that they put straight across was that we're shepherds. After he told them that the shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptian. Now, this is why when we get to verse 5, right? Pharaoh spake to Joseph. This is why the Pharaoh had to speak to Joseph. You see, this is like a scene, like you see a scene in a movie. But if you don't get the scene, then you're not going to bring out the scene. You're going to miss it. But then when it's done right, you'll be like, oh, that makes sense. And Pharaoh spake to Joseph. It's almost like these are your buddies. Like, say, I'm ruling, right? And you're my second in command, and your people come along, right? And I do think that the one that was ruling, perhaps he had some foreign in him, right? Some say he might have been a Hexaus, but but he was on Joseph's side. right? Maybe just because of the dream, the vision, and saves everybody a lot of trouble and a lot of death, right? But Pharaoh kind of like almost like, let me holler at you, speak to Joseph saying, thy father and thy brethren are come to thee, right? The land of Egypt, Mitzrayim, is before thee. He puts it basically in Joseph's hand, right? In the best of the land, make thy father and brethren to dwell, right? Then he now specifies, in the land of Goshen, of the Chushen, right? Let them dwell. But now notice what he says right here. After that, there's the colon. And if thou knowest men of activity. Now, here in the Hebrew is the Anshe Chayil. So, Chayil in the Hebrew, like Chayil, when we say Haile Selassie, Haile Georgis, Haile Mengistu, Haile, the power of. But he says right here, if you know any Anshe, men of Chayil, men of activity, men of ability, strong men of ability, efficiency, among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. You see how the Perah brought it back again to the point about cattle? This now matches up why Joseph has such an emphasis to say, okay, say we are men of cattle. Our activity be about cattle, right? And if you say that, this is the reason that will help you to dwell in this land. But the Pharaoh kind of saves it right there, right? Just want to point that out. It's a little bit of the backstory, and then we can get into Jacob blessing Pharaoh, right? And then Jacob going into all that other stuff, about like how, like his days, like right here where Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrim are 130 years. There should have been a period right there, right? That's what we learn when we study. The deeds of the Father are signs, things we can learn from, right? He goes on now, right? And says, few and evil have the days of the years of my life been. I know he's testifying, but Pharaoh is not his priest, right? And have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in their pilgrimage. Now, we talked about the number difference, right? And how it's kind of interesting, the number of words that he says and the number of years less that he lives than his patriarchs, than his fathers, right? But he blessed. He's moving in that aspect of the prophecy, right? The Abrahamic prophecy. He blesses, right? Not curses. Bless. He's a blessing. He blesses the great house, and he went out from before him, right? So now here's what we was reading, but let's scroll through this and get to our main reason. So the money is failing. Famine is going on. Now, Joseph, this connects. I had to go there to the cattle so you can understand the significance. We get back to the cattle again. All right? From Aries to Taurus, you know what I mean? From the ram and the sheep and the ram, right, to the bull, right? And Joseph said, give your cattle. Give your what? Give your cattle. This is the same meekness. Give your cattle, right? And I will give you for your cattle if money fail. He said, if money comes to zero, if the silver comes to zero, we have that exchange, right? And they brought their cattle to Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread for horses and for flocks and for the cattle of the herds and for the asses, and he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. Now notice, they're giving their cattle for that year. They sold it basically for food. Now, no doubt, this instruction, was the instruction of the ruler, right? And Joseph, he carries it out. But this is how, when we get to Exodus, there's the king that rose up that did not know Joseph, right? A lot of you say, why does it say the king that did not know Joseph, right? Well, the ancient readers would have not missed this connection right here about the cattle, right? What Joseph says to his brother, right? And then even when the Pharaoh said, hey, your brothers, your father's house come to you, let them dwell in the best land. And you know what? If you know any Anshe Chayil, any men of activity, then make them rulers over my mikneh, my cattle. Now, he's buying their mikneh, right? They brought their mikneh, right? Here we go right here, just so you can see the word mikneh, right? So as you're reading the Hebrew, this word keeps popping out, mikneh, right? Their livestock, right? Their livestock. So we have the shepherd's rod and the cow prod, and the Egyptian cross is high with these two symbols, the symbol of the shepherd, right, and the cattle herder, right? And they brought their cattle to Joseph. So now Joseph becomes the face of this exchange. That's why we call this a kind of a transfer of wealth. And this is where things become, how can we say, things become centralized, right, around the great house, around Pharaoh, right? In a sense, there's a whole economic change that's happening here. You know how the pandemic or whatnot, how that changed up a lot of things. Things haven't been the same since then. And in every major crisis in a society, sometimes there's these major changes. But this is a major change here. Because the wealth, the centralization, that's the word I was looking for, centralization, right? Where there became like a pharaonic centralization, almost like where there was a government, there was Pharaoh, but it wasn't like it wasn't as big as it's become, right? Or at least not as wealthy. Notice that people are bringing the native Egyptians are bringing their livestock. Because remember that there's no bread, there's no grain, so they probably don't have much to feed, right? The government still has the treasure and the storehouses, and Joseph now is the manager, the distributor of it. So the face of it is Joseph, and it says, and when that year was ended, right, they came to him the second year, and they said to him, we will not hide from Adoni, from my Lord. Now the Adon in the Hebrew and the Aton or Aten in the ancient Egyptian is also very interesting. And no, we're not saying that Yosef is Akhenaten. Akhenaten happens after Moshe, not before. Be that as it may, right? When that year was ended, they came to him the second year and said to him, we will not hide from Adoni, right? That our money is spent. They got no silver, they got nothing to pay for it, right? Adoni also has our herds of cattle. You see that? He got the herds of cattle. But notice what they're saying to him. He's basically transferring this, right, to the first, right, in command. He's the second, but he's the face of it. You know what I'm saying? You know how a ruler will have somebody else kind of, in a sense, do the dirty business? This, in a sense, was not from Yosef doing the dirty business, but if you look at it in the big picture, right? The people need food right now. People do whatever they need to get food. But now after everything settles off and levels off, it's like, what do they have? Think about it for a moment. And who has what, right? My Lord also hath our herds of cattle. Now, from a business perspective, this is still business. Governments will have to do business like this. But what happens after the famine is over? That's the question. How do people get on? Everybody going to be starting out from scratch, right? My Lord also hath our cattle. Notice they didn't say that Pharaoh has our cattle, right? They say, my Lord, they're talking to Yosef, Safnat Pa'ank, right? Right? There is aught left in the sight of my Lord. They're like, we don't got nothing else. But our what? Here we go. But our bodies and our land. So think about it before. Before the people of Mitzrayim, they are the people of Mitzrayim. They have their lands, they have their animals. You know what I mean? There is Pharaoh, there is the government and the nobility, but they have some kind of independency. It's only like when people have their own land, right? There's a government in the city, but they have some rights, right, out in the country. But then if there's a crisis and the government got the bread, got the food, and they now have to buy it, and then they now have to exchange what they got to get bread, you see, after a while, watch what happens next, right? They say, but our bodies and our lands, right? So the two things that they did have, right, was their bodies, as they say right here. They say, bilti, except bilti, im, right, gewita, gewiyatenu, speak up. Bilti, im, gewiyatenu. Some say gewiyatenu. So the gewiya, or modern Hebrew, the gewiyatenu is our bodies. Gewiya, right? Gewiyatenu with adamatenu and our adama. Now the adama is the ground. This is the kemet. Here's the kemet. From the Hebrew perspective, this is the kemet. because this is the reddish brown ground. Remember Adam from the Adamah, right? The reddish brown ground, right? The ground. I remember that when you look at ancient Egypt, the reddish brown ground was the right hand side, right? The eastern side of the Nile, not the western side. Check it out for yourself, right? Adam. Adam means to be red, right? And the sense of it to be red, right, is if you look at certain of the reddish brown ground, especially the rich reddish brown ground, it looks black, right? At certain angles. It's so dark and deeply reddish. The more, the more how can we say, fertile or rich it is, right? But the reddish brown ground, the red ground, right? That's the agricultural ground, right? So they're saying that Biltiim Gwi Yatenu, where Ada Matenu, we only have our bodies, right, and our lands, right? And here the people propose, right? Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, right? Both we and our land. By us and our land for bread. So now the people are losing their land, right? I know you never heard it taught like this, right? The people are losing their land, right? Just the practical, the real of it, right? They're like, buy our land. We need bread. We need grain. We need food, right? Buy our land. I mean, look, we got the land, but we can't plant nothing. We can't eat the dirt. I mean, you know what I mean? Buy us. Like, so now the people now work for Pharaoh. See, before this, the people were kind of semi-autonomous or interdependent in a sense, right? But not squarely. And we, right? And we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh. So the people are proposing this arrangement. But you know who gets the blame? The Hebrew gets the blame, right? The Hebrews gonna get the blame, right? You know, Joseph gonna get the blame. And this is the seed, right, for what we see in the Exodus. Remember that, right? Right? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Paro, to the great house. Right? See, before that, there was not, how can I say, completely subject, right, to the government, you say, right? And give us seed. Give us seed. We just need seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate, right? Because now we're going to turn the land over to y'all. Y'all going to have to deal with the land. It's your land. Y'all have the resources. We don't. We just need food. We need bread, right? And Joseph, he bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh. Now, we can argue and say with the Comedics and say, hey, listen, we were helping you out, right? But they can always say, it's Joseph. He bought all the land. We say, yeah, he bought the land, all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, right? We bought it for you, right? But they'll say, well, you're the one who, negotiated the deal. Well, for the Egyptians sold, the Mitzrayim sold every man his field. So you do understand how this goes on in society, right? Like for example, how much land do we own? Like most of us, just on average. If I don't own any land, maybe we got people somewhere in the country that might own something like that. But most of them own no land. Why? Well, wait for it. It's coming up in the very next verse, right? Because the famine prevailed over them, so the land became Pharaoh's. That means before this, the land was not Pharaoh's. Pharaoh had his own land. The government had its own land. The nobility had their own land. But also the people of the land had their own land. But now the famine changed everything, right? The famine changed everything. This was like that COVID, so to speak, So the land became Pharaoh's, right? And then it goes here, verse 21. Here's the verse. And as for the people, he removed them. He removed them to cities. So the people used to live on their own land, but now when they sold their land, what you doing living on my land? Now you sold it to me, it's my land. You can't sell your land to me and then you still live on the land. No, you sold it to me. So what happened? He removed them to cities. From one end of the borders of Mitzrayim, even to the other, or to the end thereof, right? To the end thereof. Now, here is another area where the animosity against the Hebrews and the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel in the Exodus Torah portion, comes in right here. Check this out, right? So you see where the people sold their land, right? Their money was spent, then their cattle, Then after their cattle, all they had was their land and their bodies, and then they put themselves in service, right, to Pharaoh, right, and their bodies, and they sold their land. And then after they didn't have no land, they had to be removed to the cities. Now they live in the cities. When people live in the cities, you're dependent on the local government. You're on the grid, right? They're on the grid now, right? From one end to the other. But notice here, rak. In the Hebrew, rak means like only, right? Rak. Only the land of the priest, the Kohanim, bought he not. You heard that? Only the land of the priest bought he not. You remember Korah later on in the book of Numbers? He's going to talk some stuff about all the people are holy and Moses, you and Aaron take too much on you. They felt like they were priests, right? Were there priests? Were some of the Israelites priests, right? Were the Hebrews in Mitzrayim priests? Did the Hebrews benefit from this clause in the law? Right here, let's read it. Only the land of the priests bought he not. Now remember right over here, right, where it says the priests are the princes. You see the priests are the princes? There we go, the priests or princes, right? The princes are priests, right? Only the land of the priests, right, bought he not, for the priests had a portion. Had a what? Had a portion of Pharaoh, of the great house, of the rulers, right? And did eat. They did what? They did eat their portion, that paro, that the rulers gave them, wherefore they sold not their land. So in other words, the priests, they received a subsistence, right, from the government or from the great house. Paro mean like directly great house, the para, right? And they ate their portion because they got some, something to eat. They got their portion. They got like a ration, right? A portion from Paro. And this is why it says, wherefore they sold not their lands. You see that right there? They did not sell their lands. So the regular rank and file people, right, they had to sell their lands, but the priests did not. Now notice what the portion is called. Here's our word. There we go. Hok. And I know it took us a little while to get here, right? But we want to give you the context, the hok. Does the hok have anything to do with the hek, the heka, hok, shouts, right? From the heka. The heka is the shepherd's rod. Right? The shepherd's rod. From the word hek and hak comes Hebraically the word hok. What is hok? Right? Hok. Now remember in the verse over here in 47:22 of Genesis, where it says only the land, what kind of land? The Adamah, the reddish brown, the Kemet. So only the Kemet, right? To put it in terms that ones would understand, the Kemet, right? Hebraically is the Adamah. It's the reddish brown ground, right? The reddish brown ground. Adam from the Adamah, who is Adam's mama. So we have the Adamah, right? So only the Adamah, the agricultural ground of the Kohanim, bought he not. For the Kohanim, the priests, they had a what? A portion. They had a hok. They had a hok, right? They had a what? They had a hok, right? Let's go down. Hok, a statute, an ordinance, a limit, right? We translate this word hok as we use it for like statutes elsewhere in the Torah. This word as a precept or prescription, right? Prescription is the best word. Something that was formally written, right? Prescribed. It can be a prescribed task, a prescribed portion, a prescribed action, right? Prescribed, like give one their prescribed due. They're supposed to get a 10%. You give them 10%. That sense right there, prescribed limit, right? So this is the hok, right? The hok, right? Now we will have the chukim in the Torah sense, but this is understanding the word in this context here, right? An enactment, right? Kind of appointment, or more correctly, a prescription, right? So because the Kohanim, they had a prescription or a hok. They had a hok assigned, right, of Pharaoh. And they did eat of their what? Their hok. They did eat of their portion, right? Bring that out. They did eat of their hok. So we're saying that the word hok is etymologically related to the hek in the hekah, in the hek shaus, right? Hokshos, some say Hyksos, right? That Pharaoh gave, right, them, wherefore, therefore, they sold not their lands. Remember the priests, right, in the Egyptian ancient Mitzri sense, were the princes, the Kohanim. So the princes, the priests were as princes. So they had the status of prince, but they are the priests, right? Were the sons of Jacob priests? Did they qualify for this status? We say they did, right? Then Joseph said to the people, behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. So he's like the middleman, right? Joseph, the Hebrew, is the middleman, but in the Exodus, we get the blame, right? Lo, look, seed. He says seed for you, right? And y'all shall sow the land. It's almost like we work in their government, right? And you fulfilling your duty in your government job, right? And then the other people of the land who say this is their government, but you like an immigrant or you descendant from people who brought over here, right? And then they're blaming us, but we were just ruling things according to your government, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, hopefully we rule according to our government. But now here in verse 24, it says, and it came to pass in the increase. The increase is the tebu'ot. Tebu'ah is like the produce. Tebu'ah. Tebu'ah is the produce, the revenue, right? The income, the revenue, right? The tebu'ah. So it came to pass in the increase, like where the crops, the income, that y'all shall give the fifth to Pharaoh, right? And 4 parts shall be your own for seed of the field and for your food and for them of your household and for food for your little ones. Now, here, this is the condition now. Since the land, right, has now been, we can say, what Joseph says? He says, I bought you this day and your land, right? I bought you this day and your land. But then in the next verse, it says, and come to pass in the increase, when like crops and things start to come in, that you shall give the fifth, right? The fifth. So of everything that came from the land, right, they divided in fifths, the fifth part, or 20%. 20% therefore went to the great house, went to Paro. This will be the like taxes, right? And 4 parts shall be your own, right? Which is actually kind of like pretty good situation considered, because even though he bought them for Pharaoh, right, he says that the 4 parts shall be your own for the seed of the field and for your food, right? And for them of your household and for food for your little ones. So it's like, it still might have been their land, so to speak, but they had to like pay back Pharaoh, right? But this is still a tax, right? And they said, thou hast saved our lives. So here it goes to Joseph's name, Safnat, Pa'ank, right? Pa'ank, Ankh being life, right? Right there. Let us find grace in the sight of Adoni, right? Aton, right? And we will be Pharaoh's servants. So they understood this deal right here. They understood that because of what Joseph is the middleman of, right? They would basically be Pharaoh's servants. This is interesting because later on, right, the Bnei Yisrael would be made Pharaoh's servants. Notice that this does not include, right, the Bnei Yaakov. This does not include the sons of Jacob, right? And now here, check this out, y'all. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim to this day, right? Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the exception, Iraq. Only the exception is the land, the Adamah, right? The Kemet, the reddish brown agricultural land, right? Of the priests only, of the Kohanim only, became not Pharaoh's, right? Only that became, remember, the priests, the princes. Let me show you this here. You remember the portion? What was the word for portion up there? It was hawk. Look at the word right here. He made it a hawk. So you see how the word hawk was a portion, a prescription, and here how the word hawk in the translation comes out as a law. So he made it a hawk. So think about what some of the Mitzrayim, based on what we're learning here, could think later on in the time of Exodus, the book of Exodus. All right. Joseph. Remember Joseph? We thought he was feeding us. But you know what he was doing? He was enriching his own people, right? Because, who are they? They are the Hek Shaus, right? The shepherds. Remember the shepherds? They're the shepherds. the shepherd rulers. Because even Joseph right here, he is a ruler. He's the second in command. Notice Joseph made it a hawk, a statute, right? An ordinance, a limit, something prescribed, right? Something prescribed. It's a prescription, right? It was a, you know where the word hawk actually come from? Let me break this down, right here for a moment. Hawk here come from hakak. You know what hakak is, right? Hakak. You know, in ancient Egypt, they have a lot of carvings, right? You know, the engravings, right? You know, the engravings, where they hack it in the wall, they cut it, right? To cut it, to inscribe, right? The ancient inscriptions, right? To cut it, to decree it, to inscribe it, right? Let's scroll down here, right? Let's scroll down here, right? To hack. You see what it says to hack, right? That is to engrave, to be a scribe, to enact. Why is this word so significant also in its root verb in the Hebrew, hakak, the root of hawk, right? Related to the hek and the hek shaus and the hekah of the shepherd's rod, right? Because in its ancient sense, it's laws being cut in stone, right? Like engravings, right? Or metal tablets in primitive times. Primitive times are the first times, right? So hakak, the verb, it means like engrave, where laws were engraved. Like even we get with Yahweh and his finger and the 10 words. You know what I mean? The 10 words. But in ancient Egypt, those things that were engraved, inscribed, engraved. So from this word, we have words like decree, governor, right? Lawgiver, right? To portray, to print, to set, right? So Joseph, he set these statutes. It's the same word we use in Torah for statutes. He made it a hawk, right, over the land of Mitzrayim to this day, right? Pharaoh should have the fifth, right? Except the land of the Kohanim, the land of the priests only, right? That is the only land that became not Pharaoh. So let me ask you a question. You think the land that Joseph's brothers, the Cushan, the land that they had, do you think that land became Pharaoh's? Do you think that they had to give Pharaoh a fifth? The only one that didn't have to give anything was the priests. The priests basically were free and clear, right? And that's what it says in the next verse. Yisrael dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, right? In the country of the Cushan, right? From the Egyptian perspective of the cattle herders, the brothers who were cattle herders, Hushan, in the Goshen. And they had what? This is the key word. Ahuzah. They had possessions, right? Therein. And what happened? They grew and multiplied exceedingly, right? They grew and multiplied exceedingly. Now that verse right there should be kind of connected in your study when you get into Exodus and you see why they targeting the Hebrews, right? And the children of Israel and the sons of Jacob, right? And why does it say, and there arose a king who knew not Joseph? Was it that Joseph wasn't a known person? Now you have to understand the context of knowing not Joseph. It's almost like, remember how it says over here in this verse? It says, and Joseph made it a hawk over the land to this day, right? Whether it continues forever to be a law, right? It went on to this day, right? Now here, this is Moshe's first book, right? Now Moshe shows us the change when we get into the second book. And I'm just saying, explaining here that this has a lot to do with some of the key elements that we have sought to kind of bring out right here. And without further ado, just to seal up, I know right here we were at this stage and we said, let's just touch on that for a moment, the seventh aliyah, right? So speaking about the stick of the chekah, the shepherd's rod, here we get to the two sticks, right? Here moving forward to two sticks. Oh, let me show you this. This is a little close up here. Chek shaus, right? The chekah, right? The shepherd's rod, the kof, the ka, chek, right? And then the one that like the E on its back or the 3 on its back, the shaus symbol, chek shaus. So here we're going to move forward to Ezekiel 37, right? Verse 15 to verse 28. Verse 15 to verse 28. Right? There we go right there. Chek shaus, right? and chapter 20, chapter 47, 46, the end of 46, and the beginning of 47, right there. So we also have the New Covenant reading, right, to share as well, right here for this first day, Shavua Tov. So here's what we have coming forward, coming up next. Not Exodus, Ezekiel 37, Shema Yisrael, all about that land.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land. There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Book of Ezekiel, chapter 37, verses 15 to 28. The word of Yahweh Buruku came again to me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it for Yehudah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph and the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. Book of Ezekiel, chapter 37, verses 15 to 28. The word of Yahweh Buruku came again to me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it for Yehudah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph and the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions, and join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand. And when the children of thy people shall speak to thee, saying, Wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these? Say to them, Thus saith the sovereign Yahweh Buruku, Behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, in the tribes of Yisrael, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Yehudah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in mine hand. And the sticks whereon thou writest shall be in thine hand before their eyes. And say to them, Thus saith the sovereign Yahweh Buruku, Behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, where they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be to them all. And they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all. Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. But I will save them out of all their dwelling places, wherein they have sinned, and will cleanse them. So shall they be my people, and I will be their Elohim. And David, my servant, shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments, and observe my statutes, and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given to Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. Amen. Kebole kwalu, kebole damsu, kebole khailu, kebole ketmawi haile selasi nukus nikese Ethiopia, sume ikizi abe here, Yeshua shalom.
But it's true.
And David my servant shall be king over them. and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד.
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, what does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
וזאת התורה אשר שם Moshe Lifnei B'nei Yisrael, and this is HaTorah, the direction, the instruction, the teaching that Moshe, Moses, Mashu, place Lifnei B'nei Yisrael, before the children, before the sons, the B'nei Yisrael. Al fi Yahweh b'yad Moshe, according to the command, according to the mouth. Al fi Yahweh b'yad Moshe, according to the command of Adonai, the mouth of Adonai. Al pi Adonai, by the hand of Moses, b'yad Moshe. Deuteronomy 4:4. Wizot HaTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei b'nei Yisrael. Numbers 9:23. Al fi Yahweh b'yad Moshe, according to the command of Adonai. B'yad Moshe, by the hand of Moses.
Here's a new covenant read right here, Ephesians chapter 2.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS number 11, Wayyigash, and he drew near. From Ephesians chapter 2, verse 1 through 10. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab Ve'Habein Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, he who he be, the one. Ephesians chapter 2. The method of Gentile salvation. Verse 1, Aleph. Verse 2, Beit. Verse 3, Gimel. Verse 4, Dalet. Verse 5, Hey. גם אתכם אשר מתים הייתם בפשעיכם וחטאותיכם אשר התהלכתם בהם כדור העולם הזה כרצון שר ממשלת העבר והוא הרוח הפועל כעת בבני המרי וגם אנחנו כולנו בתוכם הלכנו לפנים בתאוות הבשר לעשות חפצי בשרנו ומחשבותינו ונהי בני רוגז בטבענו כשאר בני אדם אבל האלוהים המלא רחמים ברוב אהבתו אשר אהב אותנו אחרי היותנו מתים בפשעים החיינו עם המשיח בחסד נושעתם. And you has he quickened who were dead in trespasses and sins, wherein in times past you walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience, among whom also we all had our conversation in times past, in the lust of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind, and were by nature the children of wrath, even as others. But Elohim, who is rich in mercy, for his great love wherewith he loved us, even when we were dead in sins, has quickened us together with Mashiach, has quickened us together with Christ. By grace ye are saved, and has raised us up together and made us sit together in heavenly places in HaMashiach Yeshua, in Christ Jesus, that in the ages to come he might shew the exceeding riches of his grace and kindness toward us through HaMashiach Yeshua. For by grace are ye saved, through faith, and not of yourselves. It is a gift of Elohim, not of works, lest any man should boast. For we are his workmanship, created in HaMashiach Yeshua, to good works that Elohim has before ordained that we should walk in them. Kabor lakalu, kabor ladimtu, kabor lachailu, kabor lakedamawi, chaile selase, be Jesus Christos sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd, 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 one shepherd.
יצחקו יום יבוא, אלה שצוחקים עכשיו יבכו, אלה שבוכים עכשיו הם עוד יצחקו. ברוך השם, יש לנו את החירות לבחור, ממשיך קדימה לא נשאר מאחור. הכוח הוא בהתמדה, כן, ורק בסוף הדרך סופרים את הקופה. יש כבוד, יש
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימין יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו? נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשכר נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב, סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלע, 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 סלע.
Praises be to the Almighty One. Shall you see where we are going? For our sake I make this plea, for the seed some are sowing destroys peace and unity, and it's showing, it is growing. Peace and love in any language will remain one and the same. Go in the world, no stoppage to the calling of your name, 'cause it's worthy, Almighty. Let's all rejoice in songs and say, El Shaddai, here I am dying, like a child, let your hearts apply, yeah. El Shaddai, here I am dying, like a child, let your hearts apply,
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 144.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד, 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 לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, my strength, my strength, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי, צורי, צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight.
ברוך אדוני צורי, המלמד ידיי לקרב, אצבעותיי למלחמה, 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 למלחמה.
my goodness and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress.
חסדי ומצודתי, מצודתי, מצודתי, מצודתי.
My high tower and my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer.
משגבי ומפלתי, מפלתי, מפלתי, מפלתי.
My shield and he in whom I trust, trust, trust.
מגיני ובו חסיתי, 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 חסיתי.
Who subdueth my people under me, people under me, people under me, people under me.
הרודד עמי תחתי, 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 תחתי.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
What is man that thou takest knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him?
מה אדם ותדעה, 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 ותדעה.
Or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God. Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
Yes, yes, yes. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua. New week, new strong to come right here. Yeah, so we have the psalm for this first day, first day of the new Shavua right here. We have Psalm 92. It's interesting because Psalm 92, that's the psalm for the Shabbat day and the evening psalm for the Shabbat day. But here it becomes a psalm for the new day. So kind of sealing up right here. Let's bring it forward. Whoa. Psalm 92, new day psalm right here. For this first day of the Shavua Tov, a good Shavua, good strong, y'all. B'Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here, Psalm 92. Psalm 92.
Psalm 92.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני, 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 לאדוני.
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך, 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 לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון, 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 העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך, 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 חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, 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 בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 unrighteousness.
Yes. A psalm right here. Psalm for this first day. And use this as Shabbat day, the Eve psalm, but it's still a blessed psalm. Have a blessed Shabua, a blessed week, a blessed strong right here. Little tree of life audible. Let me just bring this back right here for a moment. It's a good medi right here from the scripts, right? For the Shabbat time, but also for any time to get your mind right. Right here. Let's go to, what's this, 12th? 12 still right here. Let's just read this together. Boom. It says it's from Philippians 4:8, where it says, whatever is true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable. If anything is excellent or praiseworthy, these things, think on them, meditate on them. You know, in the times that you can meditate on them, you have to deal with things in the world and other things, but in those between times, Philippians 4:8. Shabbat Tov, y'all.
Psalm 92.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השלום.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
טוב להודות לאדוני,
and to sing praises unto thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High.
לשמך עליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night.
ואמונתך בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, And there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness, 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 unrighteousness.
Lion of Judah Society.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.